International. Some of y'all might have seen me on America's Got Talent when I was a finalist, or you might have seen me on the streets of D.C., or you might have seen me on the TED Talk, or you might just see me right here, right? But are we in D.C. right now? Yes. Do you feel like we're in D.C. right now?
Yes.
I think we need some go-go.
Yes.
We need some go-go, right?
Yes.
Are y'all ready for that?
Yes.
Okay. Hey.
Malik be faking live. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Yeah. Malik. Malik be faking live. True be faking right. Malik. Yeah. Where you at? It's out. Let's rock.
Hello, hello. Thank you. Wait, this is for hearing people. I'm not going to need this. Oh, that's better. Hello. My name is Troy Kotzer. I'm an Academy Award-winning actor who happens to be deaf. Thank you. I'm also proud to be a member of the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities. Thank you. Even though I'm deaf and I can't hear the drums, I could sure feel all those vibrations. Wow. I could really feel it. Thank you so much to Malik Dope's drumming performance. Thank you, Malik. As a working artist, I would like to emphasize the important message of the day. This is a gathering to advance a robust and comprehensive understanding about what arts and culture mean for our country and why equitable access to the arts is so crucial. I am very excited for the historic nature of this event. It is so important for the future of this country. When I was a kid growing up in Arizona, I found my spark, my passion for acting, when I watched the cartoon Tom and Jerry and all of their antics. It was a wonderful visual storytelling without any spoken dialogue. I had a long commute from my home to the School for the Deaf. And each morning, I would perform on the aisle of the bus, in the aisle of the bus, what I saw on Tom and Jerry the night before. And I remember the children's eyes lighting up and their laughter. Soon after, a deaf actor named Dennis Webster came to my school and he performed. It was the first time my hearing parents and I had laughed at the same time while watching a performance. After his performance, I asked him if he was deaf. He said yes. Dennis was the first deaf actor I'd ever seen. I asked him if I could become an actor too, and he said yes. When I was a senior in high school, my father was hit by a drunk driver and became paralyzed from the neck down. He lost his ability to communicate in sign language. My family had to adapt and create new ways to communicate. The arts helped me heal. More than just healing, ASL and the arts saved my life. ASL was the bridge. ASL gave me access to the craft of acting. For over 35 years, I performed on theater stages around the world. And at 54 years old, I am the youngest deaf male to have won an Academy Award and the second deaf person in history. Fortunately, the deaf community has had many hearing advocates like you in our fight for equality, civil rights, justice, access to communication, and to be finally given a seat at your hearing table. However, in America today, there is a severe lack of access to the arts for deaf children. There is little to no access to internships, workshops, or mentorship programs in the arts for deaf children. How can these very capable and talented kids learn the arts, for example, the craft of acting, without these programs? I would like to encourage all of you, wonderful artists and supporters of the arts, to consider the deaf and disabled when you are creating programs for the arts. To really build a pipeline, a way for these deaf kids to learn their craft and continue to hone it in a way that they can actually thrive. One day, I hope that we might have a deaf senator. One day, I hope that we'll have a deaf president. One day, I hope that doctors, policemen, firemen, lawyers will all know sign language. May we all learn to heal, bridge, and thrive in the arts. I would like to introduce our event's hosts to the stage. Maria Rosario Jackson, Chair of the National Endowment for the Arts, and Neera Tandon, Domestic Policy Advisor to President Biden and Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council. Take care.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Maria Rosario Jackson, Chair of the National Endowment for the Arts. And welcome to the NEA. Thank you for joining us this morning here in Washington, D.C. and via live stream. This is an historic summit, and we have an incredible mosaic of people joining us from every part of the country and from diverse sectors. The work that we're advancing today would not be possible without the long-standing efforts, many years and even decades of work of so many of you in this room and watching online. So today we'll hear from only a portion of those who have done extraordinary work on integrating arts and culture into all facets of our lives. And this includes members of Congress, other representatives of federal government, philanthropists, researchers, and of course artists, arts leaders, and others committed to making a better nation. The summit emerges from an evolution in the ways we understand the drivers of health and healthy communities, an expansion in understanding the importance of arts and humanities in our society. And cultural workers, artists, cultural organizations working and eager to help shape our nation, and with unprecedented support from President Biden and the White House and the Domestic Policy Council. So it is my privilege to introduce Director Neera Tandon, without whose leadership and vision we wouldn't be here together. And with that, please join me in welcoming Director Tandon.
Thank you, Chair Jackson, for that extremely kind introduction and for your incredible leadership and vision. Let's just give her another round of applause. She's been a phenomenal partner, and we are really proud to work with her in realizing the vision of today and today's summit. From day one, President Biden has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the arts and culture. When President Biden came into office, the pandemic was creating massive dislocation for arts, cultural, and humanities institutions that were facing immense challenges. The administration responded with the American Rescue Plan, which invested over $1 billion to help libraries, theaters, concert halls, and other venues. ARP funding included an additional $135 million specifically for the National Endowment for the Arts above their appropriated budget so that the NEA could distribute additional funds to arts and cultural institutions throughout the country. We're very proud of that funding, and we're proud of the fact that in addition, ARP included over $16 billion for Small Business Administration Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program, which is a mouthful for a government program. It provided critical funding to beloved local institutions like Perseverance Theater in Alaska and Woolly Mammoth Theater right here in DC. I like the shout out to Alaska. It's stronger than DC. Okay, thank you, people. My DC folks have to step it up here. Overall, the cumulative federal aid provided during the pandemic helped keep organizations afloat and arts and culture workers employed. And we understand in this administration why that is so important. It's not just important that we fund people who need help. We understand that arts workers, artists, people who work in our cultural institutions create the vibrancy that is so important, not just in communities, not just in urban downtowns, not just revitalizing local economies, but for our entire country. And so we are proud of the fact that we have invested hundreds of millions more dollars into strengthening the National Endowment of the Arts, the National Endowments of the Humanities, and the Institute of Museum and Library Services. I'm also proud of the fact that in September 2022, President Biden issued an executive order on the arts. That EAO outlined how the arts and humanities are really important to restoring the soul of the nation. It states that the arts and humanities will be integrated into strategies, policies, and programs that advance economic development, well-being, resilience of communities, especially those who've been historically underserved. And that is really at the heart of what brings us all together today. This summit is designed to ensure that we maximize the potential of the arts to reach these important goals for the country. But let me also say that the president has been really engaged with the reestablished President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities, an advisory board to the president on cultural policy, many of whom are represented here today. Are there board members? Could you stand up, please? I know Bruce Cohen's in the back. Do we have board members here? Okay, they'll come out later. That board, that advisory board set the stage for the work that cultural agencies, in collaboration with the White House and agency partners, have been implementing. And this agency work is really vital, and I want to do a shout out to all the federal government agencies here who are really trying to inculcate the arts into their work. Last night I talked to folks at NASA. We have a variety of agencies here from labor, et cetera. So this is really vital work. But what I'm really excited to talk about today is why we are so committed to the arts in the Biden-Harris administration. And I think this really goes to the president's particular focus on healing the soul of the nation. When we think about the arts, we really are thinking about how we see each other in new ways. Today, we really live in a highly polarized world. We live in a world where we have forces breaking us apart, pulling us apart. I like to think of them as centrifugal forces versus centripetal forces. We see a political discourse that highly focuses on our differences. We see, again, social media and other elements that are highly focused on the ways that we are different from each other. Honestly, oftentimes making us think about ways in which we dislike each other. We feel like, we are very separate from each other. And in this time, it is more important than ever that we have forces like the arts that allow us to see what is best in each other, really allow us to have empathy for each other and to provide a sense of the humanity of all of us. That way the arts can be a centripetal force, as I said, binding us together as we mend the fabric of our society through seeing our common humanity. For example, a novel can transport you to the unimaginable pain of an enslaved woman who fears the loss of her children. Or a song can translate the anxiety of residents from a formerly industrial town and their concerns about the loss of hope. Each of those do more than any news article can ever do because they connect you emotionally. And that is really what is so vital in this time. The understanding we have of people's lives, the emotional connection the arts creates to make us see people who are very different from ourselves. And honestly, that is central to democracy. Because in a democracy, we really must be able to see the human dignity of all Americans. We must have a shared understanding of our fellow citizens. And so that is why I think the work we all do here is so important. And honestly, it is why the president is such an enthusiastic supporter of the arts and why I'm so excited about today's summit. None of our work would be possible without the artists, partners across the federal government, nonprofit, private, philanthropic, and other sectors represented here today. And I'm so appreciative of the people who traveled even as far as Alaska. They're a loud and rowdy bunch, and now they're quiet. And I'm really grateful for the congressional leaders we have here today, Congresswoman Pingree and Bonamici, and of course, the leaders we have from the foundation world, Jim Canales, the president of the Barr Foundation, federal cultural agencies, and members of the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities. These champions of the arts and so many others represent the kind of leadership we need today. In closing, I'd like to leave you with the words of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. In 1939, on the 10th anniversary of the opening of the Museum of Modern Art, or MoMA, in New York, President Roosevelt observed, "The conditions for democracy and for art are one and the same. What we call liberty in politics results in freedom in the arts. There can be no vitality in the works gathered in a museum unless there exists the right of spontaneous life in the society in which the arts are nourished." There's a beautiful thought, and the core of it is that we really must respect freedom, freedom of thought, freedom to innovate, freedom in understanding. Today, there is a lot of darkness in the world, but a thriving, innovative arts and culture capacity in our country is really what brings so much light. It brings the light of understanding. It brings the light of empathy. And it is why your work is so important, because you bring the light in what will otherwise be very dark times. Thank you for being here, and I'm very excited for today's summit. And it's now my great honor to welcome to the podium my friend and producer, Oscar winner, and co-chair of the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities, Bruce Cohen.
Good morning, and thank you, Director Tandon and Chair Jackson. It is my distinct pleasure to represent the newly reinstated President's Committee on the Arts and the Humanities at today's summit. For 42 years, PCAH has had the unique privilege of providing direct policy recommendations to the President, initiating cutting-edge work across fields, and fostering public-private partnerships. Along with Sion Wold-Michael, our Executive Director, and our other committee co-chair, Lady Gaga, who is very sorry she's not able to be with us today, we have assembled members of the President's Committee. In addition to Chair Jackson, our agency partners are represented here by Chair Lowe and Director Kemper. Our ex officio members include President Rutter, Secretary Bunch, Dr. Carla Hayden, and Kaywin Feldman, as well as several of our appointed private members who have joined us today. We really appreciated Neera's shout out, and we were in the green room trying to wave at all of you, but we're coming out now. Troy Kotzer, Amanda Pinbuddy-Pakia, Laura Penn, and Anna DeVere Smith. And special thanks goes to Senior Advisor Schultz as well. The Commission, White House, and the federal cultural agencies have enjoyed a long history of collaboration. It should come as no surprise then that NEA and PCAH, along with the National Endowment for the Humanities and the Institute of Museum and Library Services, have joined forces to build on the momentum of this unprecedented gathering of leaders today. We are pleased to announce that the cultural agencies and PCAH are partnering in areas that align with the themes of healing, bridging, and thriving in support of the President's executive order. Together, we are committed to ensuring that artists and the cultural sector can fully recover and thrive in the wake of the pandemic. The cultural agencies and PCAH are also supporting the administration's work to counter hate of all kinds with a new initiative called Artists for Understanding, which uses the power of the arts to build empathy and mutual understanding. And in the year ahead, PCAH will also work with the cultural agencies to pilot new approaches for disaster response and recovery on lost art and culture. There is much great work to celebrate and still much more to be done. I would like to take this opportunity to spotlight the group assembled on stage with me as an important cross-section of the leadership and coordination across the cultural sector. Together with all of you today, on stage, in the audience, and watching online, we represent what arts integration across the country can be. On behalf of the PCAH and my colleagues here, I want to thank each and every one of you for your time, energy, and commitment. We look forward to all that we'll do together to support the healing power of the arts. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. And thank you, PCAH colleagues. Now please welcome Jim Canales, President of the Barr Foundation. Jim, we're so grateful for your partnership and your generous support of this summit.
Good morning. What an exciting and energizing day we have in store for everyone. I join our co-hosts, Director Tandon and Chair Jackson, in welcoming you to today's summit. At the Barr Foundation, we have been enthusiastic partners along with several other foundations in helping to make today's summit a reality. And for all of us, while a one-day event can be galvanizing and energizing, our support for this summit is really about seeding and advancing work that will occur in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Private philanthropy plays a vital role in supporting arts and culture in communities around the country. Yet for all of the resources that we are able to invest, it's our ability to have meaningful and sustained partnerships with the public sector that ultimately enables enduring change. That's why this historic and cross-sectoral event is so important in these times, and it's why the theme of arts integration is so central to our success. It positions the arts as fundamental, essential, and inescapable. At the Barr Foundation, we talk about being stewards and catalysts with our resources. And that's what foundations can do at their best. Steward the remarkable assets of our arts and culture community while supporting efforts that can be catalytic. Today's summit holds just that promise. We, along with many of our colleagues in philanthropy, are excited to do our part to ensure that we are indeed a nation of opportunity with arts as one of our anchors. I look forward to our shared learning and engagement today and very much appreciate each of you, whether in person or virtually, taking the time to be with us today. Here's to a great day. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you, Jim. And now please give a warm welcome to Congressional Arts Caucus Co-Chair Representative Shelley Pingree of Maine, who will be followed by STEAM Caucus Co-Chair Representative Suzanne Bonamici of Oregon.
Thank you so much, Chair Jackson. Thank you to the chair and to Neera for bringing us all together. Two very strong women of the Biden administration who are really forging this wonderful path and bringing us together to talk today. I'm so proud to work with the NEA and the DPC, and to all of you from foundations and unions, my colleagues in Congress, arts councils and agencies, artists, and so many others who are here with us today. In my role, I'm the chair, the co-chair of the Arts Caucus in Congress, a bipartisan caucus of over 115 members who support funding for the arts. I'm also the ranking member of the Interior Appropriations Committee, where we fund the NEA and NEH and other arts agencies. I want to talk a little bit about the vision of Chair Jackson and how wonderful it's been to work with her. I, like so many other of my colleagues, asked her to come and visit my state. And through the lens of her experiences and her great skills, we met with so many different organizations, but reflective of the kind of work that the NEA funds. We went to the small town of Waterville, a former mill town, used to be the place where we made Hathaway shirts, had an empty Main Street until someone built an arts facility there, and you could see the growth in the community, the way it brought people together, a film festival, all kinds of organizations came together around that. Same with Rockland, Maine. A former fishing town used to have a sardine packer and a fish processing facility. When those disappeared, it was the galleries that brought it back again, and now we have 17 galleries, 2 small museums, but it's also meant restaurants and hospitality industry, again, bringing people together around the arts. But that wasn't all that we did. We talked to leaders of our tribes, our 4 federally recognized tribes, and talked about the important issues around sovereignty and their preservation of the language, and again, using the arts, whether it's basket making or fashion, the things that have brought people together to talk about the culture and the heritage and so much that we have to learn from each other. Same with the new Mainers, the immigrants, the asylum seekers who have now come to Portland, Maine and to Lewiston, Maine. Important cultural resources that they brought to us, but also talking about the journeys that they've made. So much that we have to learn from them as they grow and join our community. Youth groups and those who work with them to talk about the challenges of mental health that our young people are experiencing today, the desperation around climate change and wars and the fear they're experiencing, but how we can come together through the arts to talk about that and the important role arts plays in our schools. We also visited some traditional art museums and talked about the revisioning of exhibitions today, how we're thinking about our art differently and how we display it, how we bring our history and how we have truth talkers and important conversations to have around that. All of these are the kinds of organizations that are funded through the NEA, and all of these are important conversations that we have. We talk so much about how it brings us together, how it's a way for us to have those difficult conversations, and I just have to tell one small story. Just recently, I was at a play in my small town. I live in a town of 417 people on an island 12 miles off the coast of Maine. And we were going to see in our small little arts facility a performance of the K through 12 classes doing Treasure Island, their own kind of version of it. And there we were, just packed into the auditorium, full house, everybody there. And I was there to watch my grandson, and behind me was a fisherman and his family there to watch his son. And I thought about some of the disagreements that he and I and some of the members of the fishing community sometimes have over offshore wind or even who should be our president. But we were both sitting there, tears in our eyes, kind of like the Music Man saying, "That's my boy." And you know, when we got up, it was all hugs and a kind of bonding that I knew would go into our next difficult conversation. But that's what community building is. It doesn't matter if you're in a small rural town or you're at a magnificent performance here in Washington, D.C. or New York City. And those kinds of things are made possible because of our funding for the arts, because of our important support in small communities. And again, that's one of my jobs, to make sure we get that funding. This may not be an easy budget year, and we haven't gotten ourselves even to $1 per person for funding at the NEA and NEH, but we will get there. And it's even more important now than ever in these, yay! Yeah. That's why this kind of convening is so important, and I thank Chair Jackson and Neria Tandon again for bringing their expertise and bringing all of you into the same room, because this is the kind of way we leverage those partnerships. This is how we bring people together, whether you're advocates or artists, civil servants, union members. Everyone has to come together with the foundations and others to think about how do we fund the arts, how do we leverage those things, how do we make sure that the arts and culture are part of everything that we do, whether it's delivering healthcare or building infrastructure, supporting and filling quality jobs, supporting those very artists who do those things and bring us together, supporting those conversations that are often so difficult, but so important and no more important than others. So I'm proud to work with all of you. I'm really thrilled to be here with all of you today. Thank you so much for taking your time to work with all of us, and we'll continue to work forward. It's now my pleasure to introduce my good friend and my colleague who works so hard on these issues, who's also from the other Portland, Oregon. By the way, I think the entire state of Oregon is here today. Thank you for coming. But Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici.
Thank you so much, Rep. Pingree. What an amazing partner. Thank you, of course, Chair Jackson and the NEA, Neera Tandon and the administration. How exciting to be here at this first-of-a-kind summit with so many leaders who have a passion for arts and culture and the ability of arts and culture to heal, to bridge, and to thrive. So growing up, I learned what it meant to live an artful life. Even though I live in Oregon, I was born in Detroit. I fell in love with Motown. Yeah, some Michiganders here. I fell in love with Motown and its ability to shape culture, not only in Michigan, but across the country. My mom taught piano. She painted abstract art. She took my brothers and me to countless museums, including the Detroit Institute of Arts, where I learned about manufacturing and the labor movement from the Diego Rivera Detroit Industry murals. So that was my childhood. Good a vacation to my mom was driving to New England and touring Shaker villages. So I had so much art and culture in my life, and these experiences helped me appreciate that the arts have a unique ability to build understanding of different people, different cultures, different times. The arts teach us, they comfort us, they inspire creativity, bring people together with Rep. Pingree's wonderful example at the community play. They make us laugh, they make us cry, they bring us joy, which we could all use more of. And I see these benefits across the district I represent in beautiful Northwest Oregon. Get another Oregon cheer here. So last week, just a few days ago, in fact, I was visiting a shelter for youth experiencing homelessness. And along the walls, I saw art. And the staff told me that art is a very important part of the healing process for the youth they serve, many of whom identify as LGBTQI+, and most of whom have been diagnosed with PTSD. Art helps them understand and express their emotions and better manage the trauma they've been through. This healing and restorative power that we're talking about today of the arts is especially needed at this time. Many young people are still struggling after the pandemic and the isolation. They're worried, as Rep. Pingree said, about the world, climate change, gun violence, and many continue to experience behavioral health challenges. So my legislation, the Arts Education for All Act, is about arts education for all students in early childhood education. Throughout K-12 education, and importantly for youth and adults in the juvenile justice system. Importantly, it will close long-standing gaps in access, and that's particularly true for students of color and students from low-income families. We know that decades of research shows that arts education benefits all students, including those who don't go on to be artists, right? We know from research that arts education improves students' academic, social, and emotional outcomes, and with the arts, students learn empathy. They become storytellers. And as Chair Jackson recognized during our visit to Beaverton, Oregon's Public Arts and Communication Magnet Academy, they emerge as confident, creative, critical thinkers, which is exactly what we need. So we have a lot of challenges facing our country and our planet. We need confident, creative thinkers, critical thinkers, who don't just know how to answer tough questions, but who know what questions to ask. So I'm incredibly grateful that the Biden-Harris administration recognizes that arts and culture must be part of our effort to build and rebuild healthy and thriving communities. And that's true in rural communities as well as urban communities. In Portland, Oregon, and Portland, Maine, in Detroit, Oregon, and Detroit, Michigan, and in every single Springfield across the country, everywhere. I truly appreciate the work that all of you are doing today and into the future to advance this vision. We have an important role to play in creating a world where everyone can enrich their lives through the arts. And I'm honored to be your partner in this endeavor. So thank you, and I look forward to our continued work together, and I certainly look forward to the conversation today. Thank you again.
Thank you, Representative Pingree and Representative Bonamici. There's a quote from Toni Morrison that I find very inspirational. She said, "As you enter positions of trust and power, dream a little before you think." I challenge us to take a moment to dream, to suspend what we're used to, what's standard, what's typical, and to stand in the space of possibility. What if we included arts and humanities in all policies and programs intended to help us deliver on the promise of our nation? What if we thought of health and healing more holistically? What if we better enabled and compensated artists, culture bearers, and cultural organizations for contributing to health and healing at a national scale? What if we fully recognize the ways our physical environments influence our civic life and our social fabric, and we fully recognize the power of art and design in those realms? And what if we could find modes of expression in our daily lives that unite us instead of divide us? Experiences that allow us to see one another's full humanity, experiences that make visible our commonalities and our meaningful differences, and experiences that fuel a healthy democracy. Throughout my career, my work on arts and culture and communities has been guided by a set of ideas and observations that are central to much of the work we seek to advance through this summit. First, core to the American ethos is the ability for all people to express, tell, and see their own stories on their own terms. Second, arts and culture take place in many forms and places, in traditional venues like museums, theaters, and concert halls, but also in our homes, in community centers, places of worship, public spaces, and so many other contexts. Third, artists and culture bearers have multiple kinds of relationships to public. They help us all to express our creativity, to make sense of the world, to speak truth, and to imagine new possibilities. Fourth, as we value creative products, we must also value creative process and insist that access to that kind of engagement is essential for everyone. And last, the arts are intrinsically important and valuable, full stop. At the same time, they're crucial to the things we aspire to as a nation of justice and opportunity. These premises can help us unlock and envision an expansive range of opportunities for the arts and artists to deliver what they have to offer to the world. I believe that at their most impactful, arts and culture don't exist in isolation. Today is about asserting the important roles of arts and culture to our health and well-being, to our economy, and to our democracy. Today is about creating the conditions for artists and cultural organizations to thrive and for communities to thrive, in part by making the integration of arts and humanities across diverse areas of policy and practice the norm. As we imagine our future, it's great to know that we're not starting from scratch. that there are roadmaps to follow that are based on the tremendous work of so many of you here today. At the NEA, we have a long list of and a history of federal entities, including the Department of Education, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the Departments of Defense and Veterans Affairs, the General Services Administration, FEMA, and among others, who we count on as partners. The arts are helping our nation's military service members to heal. They're impacting our economy. They're strengthening the civic and social fabric of communities large and small. And they're helping our students to succeed and more. Throughout the day, you'll hear examples of how the arts and humanities are contributing to communities, including how federal agencies are joining together to further this work. As we come out of the pandemic, we recognize that while there's great opportunity in this moment, this is also a time of hardship and adversity. The entire cultural sector has been impacted seriously. Some cultural venues have had to close, performances have had to been canceled or reimagined for a different way of consuming. Low ticket sales are a serious concern for many. During the pandemic, the NEA assisted the field by providing an additional $75 million in support through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the CARES Act, and $135 million in support through the American Rescue Plan to a wide range of cultural organizations. Informed by the pandemic, the NEA has also taken on many actions to aid the sector in its recovery by revising grant guidelines, meeting the affected organizations, putting into place technical assistance programs, and hosting convenings in which these challenges could be discussed and solutions could be explored. Most recently, we launched Arts Here, a new grants and learning program that expands our reach and bolsters organizations with a track record in working to serve underserved communities. Through our research and our partnerships with the Bureau of Economic Analysis, we've seen that while the creative sectors are faring better than at the start of the pandemic, arts employment, economic growth, and attendance still lag. Even as the economy has been on a path of recovery, there's still so much more work to do. Today's conversations will help us see expanded opportunities to fully capture the range of ways the arts and humanities impact our communities and shape our lives. We have to expand who we think our stakeholders are, and we're doing that here today. The efforts we're showcasing and initiating will contribute to the health of our cultural sector long term, and many arts organizations will immediately benefit. Alongside our grant making, the NEA is here as a convener, a connector, and a catalyst. And today we've convened a wide range of people who can bolster existing impactful ways of working and inspire and catalyze amazing new opportunities. So whether here in the room today or in the days and weeks ahead for those of you online, I hope that you'll take a moment to speak with one another across your areas of expertise. Artists and transit officials, medical practitioners and philanthropic leaders, mayors and arts researchers, and other unlikely combinations. I hope our conversations serve as catalysts for remarkable work that's possible because we seized this unique moment. Last spring, when honoring recipients of the National Medal of Arts and the National Medal of Humanities, President Biden referred to the artists as truth tellers, bridge builders, and change seekers. And I can't think of an area of policy or practice that wouldn't benefit from truth tellers, bridge builders, and change seekers. We need arts and humanities more than ever, and this is a time for the arts to move beyond narrow pathways and to dream big. It's a time to be strategic and bold. Once again, thank you for joining us and for all that you do. And before we get into it, I want to share 2 housekeeping notes. We have a jam-packed day ahead with many extraordinary people joining us on stage and sharing lots of information. If you have not downloaded the guidebook app, please do. Has everybody downloaded the guidebook app? Yes. Okay, please do. We'll be keeping this up to date, and we'll be sharing additional information through it. And second, because we do have the great fortune of so many wonderful speakers, we won't have an official break until lunch. But please feel free to come and go as you need. And there's coffee and tea and snacks available outside. Good? Okay. So let's turn to the power of the arts to help us heal. What if we thought of health and healing more holistically? What if we better enabled and compensated artists, culture bearers, and cultural organizations for contributing to health and healing at a national scale? That's the question. The NEA has supported projects that integrate the arts with health and healing for many years through grant projects as well as research and initiatives like Creative Forces, which addresses brain trauma, as well as the Sound Health Network, which addresses the role of music and a whole host of health issues. To continue and to build on this type of expansive work, I'm pleased to announce, it's an announcement, that the NEA is investing an initial $5 million in an initiative focused on healing through the arts. This will support new projects and partnerships that advance the health and well-being of communities and individuals. And to start us in the discussion on health and the arts, please welcome Assistant Secretary for Health at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Admiral Rachel Levine.
Well, good morning. I am so excited to be here. This is absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm sorry that Secretary Becerra couldn't be here this morning, but I join him in thanking President Biden, Chairwoman Jackson, Director Neera Tanden, Congresswomen Pingree and Bonamici for their leadership in advancing health through arts and cultural institutions. Arts and culture cultivate belonging. They cultivate social connection, and they cultivate the well-being of people and communities across our country. This can catalyze transformative health work, not just in the clinical setting, but throughout people's daily lives. I have consistently seen the value of these connections. For example, during my visits to American Indian Alaska Native communities throughout the country, I have seen it firsthand in Alaska Native medical centers in Nome, Kotzebue, and Ukleavik, an Indian Health Service facility in Pine Ridge, South Dakota, an Indian Recovery Clinic in Portland, Oregon, and an urban Indian Health Center in Oakland. I have been struck by the consistent emphasis on art, on language, on music, and a holistic approach to healing that includes body, mind, and spirit. I would like to emphasize Secretary Becerra's and our department's commitment to deepening the adoption and integration of arts and cultural practices into HHS's funding programs, research, and practice. We would like to share our enthusiasm and appreciation for our agency's long-standing collaborations. For example, as part of the Sound Health Initiative, NIH has awarded more than $35 million in grants supporting studies of music, neuroscience, and health. The NEA is a partner on those. In addition, the NEA supports the Sound Health Network, which promotes research and public awareness about music's impact on health. At the height of the pandemic, the CDC and the CDC Foundation reached out to the NEA to partner on a vaccine confidence building initiative that engaged artists as trusted messengers and led to new funding from CDC to support community arts organizations doing this important work. And for more than a decade, HHS's agencies have joined the NEA to form an interagency task force on the arts and human development. This initiative has led to scientific workshops, research funding solicitations, public webinars, and research reports on the arts' contribution to health and wellness across the lifespan. Now, among top HHS priorities are reducing health costs, tackling health disparities, emphasizing health equity, and strengthening behavioral health. For each of these priorities, there is a definitive role for artists and cultural institutions who are already doing much of this work in their daily activities. First, reducing health costs. Programs such as the NEA's Creative Forces, in partnership with the Departments of Defense and Veterans Affairs, are deploying innovative creative arts therapies, which when integrated with other care strategies can improve overall effectiveness of care for patients. Second, tackling health disparities. Not only can artists be trusted messengers within their communities to help eliminate gaps in public health care, but the arts themselves can engage people from all backgrounds to communicate with each other about the health and vitality of their neighborhoods and to have difficult conversations. Culturally specific art forms and traditions can foster resilience for many underserved groups. And third, strengthening behavioral health. NEH research has shown how the arts can help address pain management and substance use disorders, how they can improve social and emotional development in early childhood and youth, and can contribute to brain health in older adults. Our agency's collaborations aren't new. There is a long history of HHS and NEA working together to advance health through the arts, but it's very exciting to imagine how these collaborations might continue to blossom and be implemented at scale. So we look forward to the opportunity to collaborate with our culture and arts sector partners, to help bring our health and human service sector partners together to work collectively to advance the health and well-being for all people and create the thriving society that we all need and we all deserve. And for an announcement, that is why Secretary Becerra and HHS are so pleased to deepen our work with NEA by launching an interagency working group on arts, health, and civic infrastructure. Thank you. Our first meeting is in February, and we invite all federal agencies to join us in deepening our joint work to advancing health for everyone, drawing on the power of the arts. Thank you.
All right, so now, let's see if it's on. Yes. Now I am transitioning to the panel, and I'm pleased to host this conversation with three remarkable people leading the movement to bring wellness to their communities through the arts and culture. Each one of them understands that building connections and a sense of place is so valuable that it takes a lot of work and that the social benefits are tremendous. Today's panelists know that arts and culture touch us all at every stage of our lives through a wide range of social connections. Their work is informed by how people and communities really, actually experience the world, and they break down silos that tend to keep us apart. Each of the people up here with me understands in a very real way that arts and culture make our lives what they are. They give our lives value. There are many ways in which arts and culture can help build a more socially connected future, but also help us enjoy a richer, healthier present. So, we would all want to have more awareness in our lives. So today's speaker have a lot to share in that theme, and everyone in this room is looking forward to it, so we're going to get to it. I'd like to welcome Julie Garreau. Garreau. Chief Executive Officer of the Cheyenne River Youth Project. Usali Devan Ecclesiastes.
Asali.
Excuse me?
Asali.
Usali.
Asali. Yes.
Asali. Excuse me.
No worries.
Asali Devan Ecclesiastes, Executive Director of the Ashe Cultural Arts Center. And Clyde Valentine, Executive Director of One Nation, One Project, and the driving force behind the multi-city project they call Arts for Everybody. Please join me in welcoming to the stage. So I'm going to ask each of you to talk a little bit about how artists and cultural institutions can advance health and well-being. First, Julie. You have been serving youth and families on the Cheyenne River Reservation for decades, and arts and culture has always been very important to what you do. Can you tell us more about how arts and culture help you serve the people that you work with?
Absolutely. And good morning, everybody, and thank you for my fans in the audience. Before I begin, I want to give a shout out to the young people who traveled with me. I call them my little eagles because they're amazing. And you guys just raise your hand real quickly, please. They are our art fellows, so they work on arts and arts programming for a 9-month period of time. But just to tell you, I have to tell you a little bit about the Cheyenne River Youth Project first. And it has been decades. I started, I think, when I was about 21 or 22 years old. It's been the most amazing journey for me. The young people that I have worked with have been, I think, my healing journey. So I'm really grateful to them, and I'm really grateful that I'm able to serve them every single day. We started in an old bar called the Little Brown Jug many years ago, and we lived there for 12 years, and then we built our first youth center, then we built a teen center, we have an organic garden, we recently built an art park, and we're on our way to building an arts and culture center. So hopefully that will be coming within the next year. So if Margie Waller is in the building, I want to give her credit because she is the person who taught me that I am a creative placemaker. I really didn't even know what that term was about, but she convinced me on her visit. She goes, Julie, this is what you do, and I'm very, very grateful to that. But I want to tell you about so long ago. You know, I don't know that I knew in the beginning that I was a connector for arts and wellness and, you know, mental health. But over the years, of course, I have figured that out, that, you know, my healing, which I'm a res kid. I grew up on the reservation. That's where I was born and raised. That's who the people that I serve. And I think it's really different for us in the work that we do because at the end of the day, we don't go home and say goodnight to our clients. We go home to our family, our relatives, and our friends because that's who we serve as well. So it's, I think, a very different dynamic in the work that we do, but it's also very personal. So we take it home with us because we're all engaged in this healing walk, right? So I really love that idea. And, you know, we've really worked hard over the years to indigenize the organization. My staff refer to each other in family terms. They say uncle and auntie, and I really love all that because that's healing too. So culture and language and all those things are central to all the other work that we do. And the work that we're engaged in is culture, it is in language, it is in business, it is in wellness. We do a lot at the Cheyenne River Youth Project, and I'm really glad that we do that. But in the end, this is all about wellness for our young people. You know, when you think about the Cheyenne River Reservation, 3 million square acres, it's a population of about 15,000. Over 50% are under the age of 18. That's incredible power. That should be the place that we invest all of our time, all of our money, because that's who's going to be the next generation of culture bearers, teachers, all of that. So, you know, I really do feel that all the work that the Cheyenne River Youth Project is trying to do is wellness. It is 100% about the wellness so that they can live a life where they thrive. Way back in the beginning, I had a little girl, and, you know, I didn't know what I was doing. I was just living in Eagle Butte. I found the Cheyenne River, or the building. We turned it into a youth center. And the only thing I knew to do in one of the first weekends I was there is, like, I have no clue what to do with these kids. So I had seen in, like, Home Gardens, one of those magazines, they had made a tree. I think it must have been around the holidays. You know, when you take your hands and you cut them out in green and you build them all up? Well, we did that. But I had hundreds of little kids, and then I was only my hands. So it was a very odd-shaped tree. So the little girl goes, we need more hands. And I'm like, absolutely, we need more hands. So from that, I'm like, okay, that was a great lesson to me to connect with these kids, right? So as we go down on this journey and we think about all that we have done or all that I have encountered with our young people, gosh, what a blessing that has been. I remember a little girl, she was being raised by her grandmother. And after a couple weeks, she returned. And we were doing an art project. And remind you, I'm not an artist in that sense. So we were drawing with like colored pencils or something. And she had lost her grandmother. So as she was drawing, I looked at her artwork, and it was a drawing of the funeral. It was the casket and the flowers and the other people that were there. And I think she even indicated some tears. I was like, wow, that's healing, right? That's healing. So that was another message to me about what we were doing and how we had to continue with the work. We had a young man, and our Wakia chief is here. He's our arts manager. And so he makes sure he shares me now, because I don't spend as much time with the kids. But he told me one day, he said there was a young man who, he was nonverbal. He did the artwork. He did it, but he would not speak. After 6 weeks in the program, he became very engaged, and he was speaking. And I'm just like, the healing that took place in that period of time, it was just amazing to me. So I know what the arts, I know what that can do. But again, arts is culture. So when we're talking about culture, we're talking about all of that. And when we're talking about culture, we're talking about wellness. And there is nothing more that we need to do for our young people in my community. We have lost so many young people to suicide and substance abuse, and I just can't see it anymore. We have to do more. But what we need is, we need collaboration, we need allies, we need people to support the work. If there is anybody who believes more in sovereignty, I don't know who that is, but that's me. And I think that the Cheyenne River Youth Project is one of those examples of sovereignty, that we can solve our problems. We do have the answers, but we do need support. You know, there are plenty of statistics about our reservation, and you will hear them, you know, unemployment and all of those things, but don't let that be all you see, because there's also very much thriving communities with music and language and dancing, and it's just really so much beauty there, but we have a lot of social challenges. So the Cheyenne River Youth Project is one of those organizations that's doing the most important work, I feel, with young people. Sometimes I think we bit off more than we can chew, I will say that, because, you know, we're running crazy, we're taking care of buildings and the water breaks, and, you know, we have 100 kids running around, but I would not be anyplace else, because these young people are also bright and talented, and they bring joy and light to so many of our lives, but they deserve the best. And if you're going to help us, you know, come there with the idea. And I will say, let me add this. My friend Erin said, be sure to say this. She said, you said it to me. Come and see us. Find your way. And it is hard. It is hard to go to the Cheyenne River Reservation. You know, you have to fly in, typically drive 3 hours. If you put our address into, you know, the Google Maps, you'll end up at somebody else's house. It's tough. It's hard. But I'll come find you. I'll bring you back. I'll show you where, you know, spend the day with us. One of the things that I think that you learn about young people is that you have to take risks. And we do that at the Cheyenne River Youth Project. And sometimes it's a whim. Sometimes I'm like, you know, this feels right. This feels like a good thing to do. And I'm so grateful to work with people like Wakia, because he says, I trust you, Julie. I trust you. One of those things was Red Can Graffiti Jam. And I think that, I don't know if you're showing those photos, but Red Can Graffiti Jam was an Indigenous arts festival. We wanted to bring artwork and murals to our community. We were going to do it 1 year, just 1 year. I know nothing about graffiti, really. Well, we are about to go into our 10 years, and we will celebrate our 10th anniversary in July. So if you guys want to come, give me a holler. But it's really kind of amazing that now in our community, where dilapidated buildings once existed, we have the most amazing murals and artwork, and a lot of them being created by our young people. And they are our language, they are our stories, and there's nothing greater when you're driving down our main street and you see Oyate and you see our Lakota language big and bold on the walls in our community. It's healing, it's graffiti, it's art, it's wellness, it's many things. And I will tell you, yes, my friends took me out to a train, and I was able to do that too. So it's kind of interesting that this graffiti journey has taken me on. But you know, the kids, it's kind of also, graffiti culture can be, you know, controversial. I think Lakota culture can be controversial, but somehow the two came together, and they are beautiful. And I'm really grateful that I'm able to share that story, because I think the work that we're doing is absolutely healing. We just do it, I think, in very interesting ways.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you. Isn't that wonderful? Thank you. Thank you very much for all of your stories and for such meaningful work. We really appreciate it. Asali, so you've been addressing health disparities in New Orleans by training artists to serve as community health workers. Can you tell us more about the I Deserve It program and why artists are the right people to work with the public?
Absolutely. Hi, everybody, and thank you for being here and hearing our work. I'm so excited. The I Deserve It program is it's an amazing growth out of a long government process, believe it or not. We were doing a construction project, reimagining, and it was a community and artist-led construction project, reimagining the space underneath the I-10 Expressway, where over 300 Black-owned businesses and over 500 live oak trees were destroyed in order for Interstate 10 to pass through New Orleans. In doing a health impact assessment, what we learned is that the communities who surround that area, which form really the heart of New Orleans, the traditionally African-American communities, they didn't feel like people in that communities, those 14 neighborhoods, didn't feel like they deserved access to health, even when they had access, right? The ways in which they encountered healthcare professionals made them feel less than. So we came up with this idea around really helping people to understand that they deserve not just good health, but all of the best things that life has to offer. And when you experience disparity on a regular basis like that, you often feel like it's because of you. And you don't understand that the system above you is dictating this for you. So what the system in New Orleans dictates is that there's a 25-year difference in life expectancy between Black and white New Orleanians, amongst the many other disparities, but they kind of culminate in that one startling statistic. When we came up with the project, we had, and it was, at the time, I was working for the mayor of the city. We partnered with the City Health Department, the State Health Department, Tulane School of Public Health, the Institute for Women and Ethnic Studies, and ASHE before I got there. But when we looked for funding for this work, we were told, oh, it's too upstream. You know, we won't know if it's working for 5 to 10 years. So, you know, steadily looking, never getting a bite, even though everybody said how wonderful it was. And then came COVID. And funders who we didn't reach out to because we were in COVID emergency started reaching out to us and saying, remember that project that you brought to us a few years ago? Wouldn't it be really great to get that going right now? So that devastation brought us the funding to start the project, and it has been so incredibly successful since we've started it. We have hired and trained 15 working artists as community health workers, and their impact has been so amazing that the state now uses our training program that we created to address cultural competency, trauma-informed care, and all of those things. And I think that demonstrates the power of artists to actualize things that can't be actualized inside of a clinical setting, right? But that are directly and most directly tied to our health, because it's most directly tied to who we are. So I'm very proud of the program, the project, and all of the amazing artists who are a part of it. They are poets and singers and trombone players and bonsai artists, and I mean, just, you know, a tremendous group. And I have not seen a more successful public health program in our city make the quick kinds of changes that nobody imagined we could.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your fantastic work in New Orleans. Thank you. Clyde, you're working on a national project that's building the body of evidence around how public arts programming can drive improved community and individual health outcomes. Can you share more about One Nation, One Project, and tell us about one of the communities, I know that's hard, one of the communities you have been working with?
Adam, we're working with 18 cities and towns around the country. You want me to pull out one right now?
Well, it's going to be hard to do all 18 in 13 minutes.
Not going to do it, and I'm going to be gracious. And I just need to say, first and foremost, it's a true honor to be sitting next to Asali from the ASHE Cultural Center, Julie from the Cheyenne River Youth Project. Folks are like, what are you going to say? I'm like, they're going to say everything because they're on the ground. And one of our mantras is, you know, how do we leverage the national in support of the hyperlocal? So our entire team, and some of which are here, and I'll give them a shout out hopefully a little bit later, that's our entire effort. So one community, who can I lift up and not get into trouble? Because you're trying to get me into trouble. We're in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., so perhaps it's only fair that I lift up our site partner here, Words Beats in Life. And it isn't just one organization. They're the lead organization, but they have a network of collaborators that they're working with around their project, which will premiere on July 27th, 2024, along with 17 other communities around the country. We're familiar with the National Mall. We're not too far from it. And if you ask a Washingtonian, they avoid the National Mall the way New Yorkers avoid Times Square, right? It's full of tourists, there's nothing going on there. So they're inverting that own narrative of place, and they will have their event on the National Mall. The goal is 20,000 Washingtonians, and it will feature an array of music from the DMV area, the Dallas, Maryland, Virginia area. Folks, don't confuse the DMV with the Department of Motor Vehicles. We're in the DMV. And so there's going to be go-go music. There's going to be spoken word. There's going to be a graffiti jam. There's going to be punk rock, right? Shout out to Bad Brains. So it'll be a celebration of DMV culture in the nation's capital on that day, as an example. The other thing that's happening is, Words Beats in Life already has a partnership with Children's Hospital, as an example, right? And through this project and our conversations around the integration of arts and health, it's like, how do you extend that work? You're already familiar with creating workshops and creating opportunities for artists to go into places like that. So what other networks have you yet to explore in this city that you can build on? And that is emerging as a nascent partnership with a local community health center network here. So in addition to that experience that they already have, they're now looking to build new infrastructure in this collaborative way leading up to July and hopefully well beyond it. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So I have some questions for all of you. I'll start with Julie, but just to where we have about 11 minutes left. Have you been able to partner with public health professionals, and how can they help artists and cultural organizations, and how can artists and cultural organizations help public health?
I don't know. The Shine River Youth Project could not exist without partnerships. And I think I would say everybody at home, the Indian Health Service, the law enforcement department, tribal government, there isn't anybody that I would look to support the work that we're doing, the Shine River Youth Project. It's really interesting how much the arts have become so central to everything else that we're doing. We've always had arts as a part of what we're doing, the daily work, the arts and crafts. But then as we became involved with the Red Can Graffiti Jam, as we began to develop our Waniyutuwawapi Lakota Arts Institute, we are working with so many community members who are from the community. They're Lakota, they're coming in, they're teaching our kids. So it's really, we bring in artists from Minneapolis. We have people coming from Colorado. It's really great, the partnerships that we've formed. This year we will be bringing 2 artists from New Zealand to participate in Red Can. While they're there, they'll also be teaching. We have artists coming from the Southwest. And yeah, they're coming because they want to be a part of this graffiti jam, of course, but while they're there, they're teaching our kids. So, we look to everybody. I don't know if this sounds terrible, but we look to everybody as a resource, and how can you bring our kids forward? How can you help us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Asali, same question. Partnering with public health.
So we have been tremendously fortunate in our partnership with public health. I think because at the time we started the work, I happened to be inside of government in a brief stint. I don't know how they got this hippie in there. But we also have the great fortune of having a hospital in New Orleans that is one of only 4 hospitals in the entire nation that's led by a Black woman. So she intrinsically understands the struggles, the goals, the aims. Even with her Harvard and Johns Hopkins degrees, right, she still has premature children because of the zip code she was born in. And so she understands that the people who she loves the most are most impacted at a systemic level, and she can't even help them, even with everything that she has. So she has given our team, she's given us a nutritionist, a nurse practitioner, a pharmacist, and a couple of doctors to serve as a hot team who support our community health workers in their work. We actually have 3 health workers who work at the hospital, and it's part of the discharge planning. So they have been able to connect almost 1,000 previously unconnected folks to primary care physicians just since July, right? Which is tremendous. And thank you. And we have also, because, you know, of the success, and when you have artists, they're influential, they're vocal, they know people you don't know, and so it has been able to spread, and we've been able to gather the support to get Medicaid reimbursement for our community health workers' time. So, you know, it has this kind of concentric circle echoing effect, and I think that public health officials care more than we know, even if the institution as a whole, find that person in the institution. There is somebody there who cares about what you care about, believes in what you believe, and I encourage us to find them and make them co-conspirators.
Thank you very much.
I love that. Complicit co-conspirators. It is appropriate. I mean, this question around public health collaborations and more broadly, this notion that Julie has really inspired me with, this notion of many hands. It takes many hands. We're hearing about the many hands at the federal level that are beginning to conspire and work together to ask this question. All of us represent many hands given the various sectors that we occupy as creatives or artists or cultural workers or philanthropic leaders. So we have some distinct examples. In Chicago, first and foremost, with the leadership of Maida McNeil from DCASE, which is their Department of Special Events and Cultural Affairs, is partnering with their public health program to train up 10 artists as a pilot to become community health workers. So the other aspect of that intergovernmental partnership and collaboration is with the local community college, Malcolm X, who has accelerated their certification program to enable those 10 artists to get across 5 city-run mental health and behavioral health clinics. And to quote Ashley, who's the leader, is that conspirator inside the public health department in Chicago. She wants to turn those clinics into centers, into more welcoming places for more members of each of those respective communities that they occupy in space. Thinking about the city of Gainesville and their collaboration between Parks and Rec and public health and the local Gainesville Police Department to reduce youth violence, right? Which is also a public health issue, right? So I think, you know, this idea of disrupting the inertia that we become accustomed to, and I have to reference and give a shout out to Joe Wilson, who said that word yesterday, who's with the city of Providence. You know, how do we disrupt inertia? And finally, the many hands in this team, I'm gonna give a shout out to Michael Rode, Nataki Garrett, I think Vatic is in the building. Jill Sankey, if you wanna learn about the research, she's here. Robert Geit from Harlan County, Kentucky, you're gonna hear from him later. But like, we're in the building along with all of us, and these are the many hands working on this project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we only have a couple minutes left. So in about 1 or so minute apiece, how can we do more together? How can public health help you? How can we even have more collaboration? Julie.
So I think one of the things about government funding that we have stayed away from is because it's kind of overwhelming. It's big, the reporting is big, it's really burdensome. And I have real, not to say it isn't real work, but I really do have kids that I look at every single day, and their needs are first and foremost, and they take so much time. So if there was a way for folks to reach in and offer support and collaboration and become our allies, but also having low touch, trust-based funding, helping us, supporting us in that way, I think that would be really beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. Asali.
I agree, that would be amazingly beautiful. But until the dream is realized, I think the best way that public health can support artists is by hiring them. right? By believing in artists and understanding that their credibility is just as credible as medical credentials and those kinds of things. I believe that artists should be in all planning spaces and at all decision-making tables if we are to become better people and a better society. And I think public health is uniquely positioned, so uniquely positioned, to know and understand that and to push it through other departments.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hi.
This is why I didn't have to say much, right? Because I knew who I was on the panel with, and this is just extraordinary. This technical assistance piece to support the sort of intimidation and sort of almost like lack of access to those resources because of how cumbersome some of the federal government money, because it's not just federal, it could be state, it could be local. And we have a fortunate partner in the National League of Cities, and I think Georgia Gempler is also in the building, that's been able to help facilitate that and specifically help municipalities navigate around the use of ARPA dollars, which, there's a number of municipalities that are investing in the project locally with ARPA. So that's been key, sort of like simplifying that process because it can be intimidating. And I think finally, Matthew Desmond, if you're familiar with his work, recently released a book this past year called Poverty by America, right? And he talked about, the amount of investment that goes into anti-poverty programs, at the federal level, at multiple levels. And so the resources are there, right? He talks about the resources being there. It's the lack of access to those resources. It's the redistribution of how those resources are deployed. And that's how we can add a zero to the $5 million that, Maria just announced on the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we have a minute left. Just last word, each of you, just one phrase.
Very simply, one of our young people in his art class, he wrote on just a half sheet of paper, he said, "I don't want to survive, I want to thrive."
Thriving, yes. Asali.
Ashe, existential inspiration.
Existential inspiration.
I'm going to leave you with that.
Arts for everybody.
Arts for everybody. Thank you all very much. Let's hear it for our panel.
Hello, friends. John Baptiste here. I'm so sorry I couldn't be with you today, but I'm there with you in spirit, and we're going to keep fighting the good fight moving forward, putting this art into the world. I wanted to play you a little song here at my piano at some creative fuel. We can win. As long as you keep your head to the stars, we can win. Yeah, I love it. As long as you keep your head to the sky, ooh, we can win. The arts in public places, rituals, churches, sacred spaces, the creative arts in education, the way that we think about the past in the present to create the future. All of this is what we're doing right now. We're reimagining what we can be together, and we're learning how to see each other better. As long as you keep your head to the stars, we can win. The thing about the arts is it ties us to our humanity, the universal humanism that ties us all together and makes us more the same than we are different, while also celebrating our differences. Take your place in the world today. Butterfly flying home. Much love, much light. Keep fighting the good fight. John Baptiste here signing off. Stay human and be you.
Thank you so much, John, and we wish you could have been here in person as well. And now, please welcome world-renowned singer, advisor for the Kennedy Center, and Goodwill Ambassador for Arts and Health for the World Health Organization, Miss Renee Fleming.
Thank you, and good morning. I don't mind following John Baptiste because it made me feel so good. God, he's wonderful. Okay, so I have been recently fascinated by the life of Alexander von Humboldt, the great scientist and explorer of the 19th century, who invented the use of the term nature to describe the interconnectedness of all life on Earth, in addition to other extraordinary predictions about climate and sustainability. Dr. Anjan Chatterjee from UPenn shares my admiration for Humboldt and wrote to me yesterday, pointing out that the Industrial Revolution, with all its material gains, left people alienated from nature and each other, and art and aesthetics were considered the antidote. The parallels to today are powerful. Climate, loneliness, and isolation, a mental health crisis, an increasingly divided world, and on and on and on, we know. But the tools of evolution are still with us. It's thought that music predates speech. Evolution gave us social cohesion through shared artistic experiences, singing together, the ecstasy of dance, and the crucial bonding of infants and parents with lullabies. And let's not forget that when empires are gone, art remains. Now, science and technology are unlocking the secrets of the brain. Researchers are developing creative arts interventions that impact every aspect of our health and wellness. I met Dr. Francis Collins at a dinner party 7 years ago when I had just begun as a consultant to the Kennedy Center. And since then, the field of arts and health has really exploded. The National Institutes of Health now funds the research, including creating a toolkit or roadmap for improving the scientific rigor of future studies. I just announced investigator grants with the Aspen Institute and the NeuroArts Blueprint, pairing early career scientists with artists for research. Pipeline. The public is excited about health and wellness in general and would welcome arts interventions that are non-invasive, non-pharmaceutical, and, drumroll, low cost. It's amazing to see someone with a traumatic brain injury or stroke regain speech through melodic intonation therapy, using brain plasticity to reroute speech through singing, or to witness people, and especially veterans, cope with pain and trauma through music and visual art therapy, or to watch those with Parkinson's disease move fluidly with the assistance of music and rhythm, and to see someone with dementia recall lyrics to their favorite songs when they can't recognize their loved ones. I believe this makes an incredibly strong, clinically supported case for embedding the arts in healthcare. As an artist, I understand this, because humans are so powerfully driven by emotion. This is a tenet of neuroaesthetics. We feel, and then we think. Performing arts organizations are increasingly taking on the role of community centers, offering a safe haven and the calm and stimulation we crave. Let's expand licensure and offer creative arts therapists in our schools to help children with prosocial behavior and teachers with morale. Let's give our children an expressive outlet to explore identity and develop empathy, and offer the same to all of us as we age. We don't blink anymore when we hear that a friend has a relative that's turning 100. What kind of life do we want to have post-employment? It's compassionate to connect the arts to healthcare, and it's in keeping with who we want to be as a nation, and it works. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Renee Fleming. And now please welcome back to the stage Chair Jackson, joined by United States Surgeon General, Vice Admiral Vivek Murthy.
Hello again, everyone. Dr. Murthy, it is such an honor to have you here, and we're so grateful that you took time out of your day to talk with us today.
Of course, I'm so glad to be here, and glad to be here with all of you in person.
Last year, there was an issue of a call to action around loneliness and isolation. It was an important call, and there's been a lot of attention to it. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. This is an issue that we issued a Surgeon General's advisory on in May of last year on the epidemic of loneliness and isolation that's affecting not just the United States, but really many countries around the world. And many people are familiar with the feeling of loneliness because we've likely felt it in our lives. But the reason that we issued the advisory was because there were two things that we were worried people did not necessarily know. One was how extraordinarily common loneliness was. And the second was how consequential it was for our health, both our mental health and our physical health. And just out of curiosity on in terms of how common it is, how many people here know somebody in your life who's struggling with loneliness or isolation? Wow. Yeah, so almost everyone. This is incredibly common in every room or auditorium or center that I'm at any place in the country, and I ask that same question, almost every hand goes up.
Yeah.
So one of the things that we noted is that right now in America, 1 in 2 adults are living with measurable levels of loneliness, but the numbers are actually much higher among young people who are struggling with the highest rates of loneliness across the population. And some people are surprised by that. They say, well, aren't they connected by technology? Well, maybe not despite, but in some cases because of their use of technology, that we're seeing actually a weakening of quality relationships which are necessary for preventing loneliness. But the last part is just how consequential this is. And this is the part I think that's often surprising to people. We sometimes think of loneliness as just a bad feeling and one that we just have to suck up or ignore. But it turns out that when we struggle with loneliness and isolation over time, it increases our risk for depression and anxiety. It also increases our risk for heart disease, for premature death, for dementia, and for a host of other medical conditions. And the impact of this is quite striking because these effects are not small. The increase in risk of dementia is a 50% increase in the risk of dementia among elderly individuals. It's a 29% risk of increased risk of heart disease, 31% increased risk of stroke. So these are not small numbers. But when we look at the overall mortality impact, the life-shortening impact of loneliness and isolation, we see that it's comparable to the mortality impact of smoking daily. It's even greater than the mortality impact of obesity. And I mention smoking and obesity in particular because we think of those as classic public health issues. But the lesson from the science of loneliness is that it is a public health issue no less important than smoking or obesity, and we have to make it a priority in that regard.
Thank you for that. It's a lot of important information I think more people need to know. As we think about what to do to combat that particular force that can be so detrimental, Of course, we're here to talk about the role of the arts, and I know there are many studies, and some recent, that connect participation in the arts to social fabric and social connectedness. There's work that has been happening that is really looking at how is it that people come together when you make something together or when you experience something together, and what is the result of that? As you think of the opportunities or how you see the connection between arts engagement and addressing this issue of loneliness, what comes to mind?
Gosh, there's so much. I mean, I think the important thing that underscores all of this is that loneliness is something we can do something about, that we're not powerless in the face of this epidemic, and we also don't need medical or nursing degrees to be healers and to be sources of connection in our lives or other people's lives. And so that is the good news, is that we can all be healers when it comes to building a more connected community, a more connected world. And the arts, I think, have a very important role to play here, because if we look at how we got to where we are, how we arrived at this epidemic of loneliness, it turns out that there were many factors. I mentioned the ways in which we use technology being one of those factors, and I worry that the way in which we use social media has in fact contributed to a weakening of our relationships and is part of the driving forces of the loneliness epidemic. But there have been other things at play as well. You know, for example, like we also use technology for efficiency purposes. I can get groceries delivered to my house. I can just go online and get any item that I want, also ordered, and I never need to go to a retail store, right? And that's efficient, time-saving, but it also means that there's something I'm missing out on. I'm not seeing people, I'm not in the grocery store, in the department store. Other thing that's happened is we've also significantly reduced our participation in the organizations that used to bring us together, and this has happened over about a half century. And that means our participation in everything from faith organizations to recreational groups and leagues to service organizations to cultural organizations has all diminished. When you look at the stats, like number after number tells the story of how we are having fewer people over to our houses for dinner. We tend to know our neighbors less. We also have fewer friends that we can rely on, in a pinch compared to a couple of years ago, decades ago. And so by all these measures, our ties have diminished, and so the forces are multiple. But one of the things that we have to do is rebuild social infrastructure in our communities. And the arts are a vital part of that infrastructure. I think about the arts as being powerful in a few ways. One is they present an incredible opportunity to bring people together for a positive, joyful purpose. We missed a lot of that during the pandemic, but it's one of the reasons why I said it's so nice to be here in person with all of you, because I will never, after the pandemic, take it for granted. Being in front of groups like this, being with folks in person, being able to enjoy the presence of other human beings, that's something deeply valuable, and I just hope none of us ever forget that after the pandemic. But the arts give people a reason to come together, but not just to come together to hear an intellectual lecture or something of that sort, but to feel something. And feeling joy is good for your health. We know that intuitively. But there's science to back that as well, and the truth is that the arts are a powerful source of joy, of inspiration, and of healing as a result. And so bringing people together to experience that is extraordinarily powerful. And it's why I think we have to broaden our concept of what healing is. Healing is not solely the province of what happens in hospitals and in clinics. It's something that we have the power to create, to shape in the experiences of the people around us. And the arts are one way that we do that. But the other thing that's powerful about the arts is they give us an opportunity to tell our story and to tell the story of others, to tell the story of where we have been, of where we could go, of what we are experiencing right now. And that's actually more important now than at any point in my life because, number one, we have been through so much. And I talk to so many people around the country who say, it feels like we went through this intense pandemic and then we were all expected to just flip a switch and then go back to normal as if nothing happened. But a lot did happen. How are we processing that? How are we dealing with that? One of the ways that we can deal with that is actually through the arts. The arts have always been a powerful way to tell and process our stories. But the other reason I think that storytelling is so important now is because when we think about the future, many people aren't sure what the future brings. Many young people in particular are worried that the future is bleak. I just came off of a red-eye flight from San Francisco where I was at a conference that was focused specifically on kids and on the mental health of kids. And one of the data points that some of the researchers who had come there were sharing was that young people today, many of them, do not feel hopeful about the future. A majority, in fact, do not. And so how do we tell a story of what could be, of what we can create, and how we can do that together? How do we do that in a form that reaches people and resonates with them, that lifts them up and inspires them, not just because of the words they're reading on the page, but because of the feeling that's being created by various forms of art? Well, we do that through the arts, right? And so I think that there's been a lot of emphasis on STEM education in recent years. And I'm a believer that the STEM disciplines are powerful and they're important. We should be supporting them. But what I am not supportive of is of us losing our focus on the arts because we are focused on STEM. Because the arts are just as important as the sciences. They're an important part of the human experience. They tell our story and help us process emotions and help us access imagination and inspiration in very different ways than science does. And we need both of those to really and truly lift people up and to benefit humanity. So this is a time where I do think revitalizing the arts is essential for not only fostering social connection, but for bringing hope to people at a time where a lot of people are worried about the future and they feel taxed by everything they have gone through in the past. And so that's why I'm so glad that we are gathered here today, because I think we need to broaden also not just how we think about healing, but how we think about ROI, how we think about return on investment. It's not just about how much revenue are you generating, with your company, or how much, how many new discoveries, are you generating by an investment in research. The returns that come from the arts are extraordinarily powerful. And the thing is, we've all felt that. Not just the people in this room, but anyone who has been able to enjoy the arts, whether it's taking in a beautiful concert or enjoying an exquisite piece of art or creating either one of those, knows that there is something intangible and powerful about the arts. I have been in circumstances like low points in my life when I've struggled, sometimes in an overly intellectual or cerebral way, have tried to break down my problem on a piece of paper and try to figure out what I can do in terms of addressing solutions in hopes that will make me feel better. A lot of times it hasn't, but then I will find a piece of music that touched my heart years ago, and in a matter of seconds, it lifts me up and gives me hope in extraordinarily powerful ways. Music has the power to change the mood of a person, of an audience, instantaneously. Art can do that as well. And I've prescribed a lot of medicines as a doctor over the years. There are few I've seen that have that kind of extraordinary instantaneous effect on the nervous system, on human beings as a whole. So music is medicine. The arts are medicine, and the arts are a source of healing. And that's why they deserve prioritization and the investment of our country, and they deserve our attention as we get into communities and think about how to address this loneliness epidemic. We've got to rebuild institutions, cultural institutions that can bring people together to create art, to enjoy art, to learn more about art. This has got to be a part of how we recover post-pandemic and how we build more connected communities.
Thank you for that. Yeah, there's more research now. There's more research now than there has been in the past about many of the things that you talked about. So music and what happens to our neural system, and other ways that both the active practice of art or the experience of art from an audience perspective is impactful. As you think about the future of the medical field and the future of the public health field, Are you optimistic that the things that you've put forward today, that you hope to see more of, that it's possible? And what is it going to take?
Well, I am optimistic. I'm optimistic because, one, I don't think we would have had a conversation like this 20 years ago. We're having it today. I'm optimistic because people like Renee, who you just heard from, Renee Fleming, and Francis Collins, who used to be our director of the NIH, came together years ago to help build a community that recognized the powerful intersection between health and music, and that community is growing. But to keep this momentum going, we have to continue to make our voices heard when it comes to where we put research funding. There should be more research dedicated to looking at the impact of the arts on our health, because there's a bigger story to tell there that I think we only understand a little bit of right now. And we've also got to continue to keep pressure on funders to make sure that we are investing in the arts in our communities. Too often I worry that when things get tough, we see the arts as something that's easy and simple to cut, as non-essential, as nice to have but not necessary. But if we look at the breadth of human experience, we realize that nothing could be further from the truth. The arts are central to our ability to understand our story, tell our story, to access creativity and imagination. The thing about creativity is, I think there's sometimes this notion that some people are creative and some people are not, and you're just born with it. I think, yes, just like anything else, some people are perhaps born with greater inclinations than others. I don't think there's any amount of practice or inspiration I'm going to get that's going to anytime soon allow me to sing as beautifully as Renee Fleming does, for example. But with that said, creativity to some extent is a muscle as well. And the more we exercise it, the stronger it grows, the more we can contribute across fields. When I was in medical school, one of the things that they used to do with us is they would actually take, I went to a medical school that was right next to a museum, and an art museum, and they would take us to the art museum to study paintings, because they were doing early research that showed that when students actually study the fine aspects of paintings, it actually helped them interpret X-rays and other radiographic imaging better, right? Because they were gaining and building an appreciation for detail. So that's what we did. And it was actually helpful for us. So my point is that these aren't separate entirely disciplines either, right? There's an interplay here. And when we build our creative muscles, our artistic muscles, it actually can help us from a scientific perspective as well. There are so many examples, I think that we find where the arts have been introduced into moments of suffering or times of uncertainty where they've been beneficial. I think I was just thinking the other day about Yo-Yo Ma. Somebody that all of us, are familiar with Yo-Yo's music. But during the pandemic, there was a moment where Yo-Yo was going to a vaccination clinic in Massachusetts where people were getting their COVID vaccine, and he just decided to play his cello there in the waiting area, right? Think about that for a moment. You have a group of people who are coming to get vaccinated. They may be worried about this virus, about potentially getting it, about what it might do to themselves and their families. They're hoping that the vaccine will protect them. Some of them may be scared of injections and shots, and they may be feeling a little anxious in that moment. And then all of a sudden, you introduce the beautiful cello of Yo-Yo Ma, right? And that just takes your blood pressure down. I have actually felt that myself in the hospital as a doctor. In the hospital I used to work at in Boston, Brigham and Women's Hospital, there was a harpist who actually used to come and play for a few minutes on different floors. And I just remember whether I was seeing a patient or whether I was writing a note or whether I was puzzling over some labs, with my team on the floor, whenever she came and began playing, you could just see in people's body language, their shoulders dropped down a little bit, their faces relaxed. People just felt better when music is around. So there's just a powerful role, I think, for us to recognize in an intersection between the arts and humanity. I'll actually just say one thing here, which is something that I've been thinking about more and more over the last year, which is that when we think about health, if I asked you what is health 50 years ago, in all likelihood you would have told me, well, health is your physical health. Mm-hmm. 20 years ago, if I asked you what was health, or 10 years ago, maybe more people would have said, it's your physical health, but it's also your mental health. Right? So physical, mental, two important dimensions of health. I think there's a third dimension of health that we have not been talking about as much, but which is just as powerful and just as important. And this has to do with our heart and soul. We know our heart and soul are important. The part of us that feels inspiration, that feels joy, that part of us that feels like deep love for another human being, or that part of us is deep. It's there. We've all experienced it. We know it. But that has to be fed somehow as well. When I've been working a lot on the youth mental health crisis, and when I think about this sense of despair and hopelessness that so many young people feel, yes, part of that is about external circumstances that are real. You know, many young people are seeing the impact and effects of climate change. They're experiencing the challenges of racism and inequality. They're looking at the future and wondering, is it really going to be better as they experience economic uncertainty? Those are real things that we've got to deal with. But there's also an internal set, of factors that impact our ability to deal with the external. Are we feeling hopeful? Are we feeling inspired? Are we feeling like we are connected to a source of energy that can drive us and motivate us and mobilize us? And I think that dimension of health has to do with three things in particular, three ingredients. One is a sense of belonging. Second is a sense of purpose. And the third is a rootedness in pro-social values. These are the values that allow us to expand our circle of concern beyond ourselves to other people. The values that tell you it's good to be kind to someone, to serve someone else who may be in need, to be compassionate, recognizing that everyone experiences pain. Those three elements together, belonging, purpose, and these pro-social values that extend our concern beyond ourselves, these three elements, when we have them, when they're strong in our lives, they help feed our heart and our soul. You can think about that as the health of our spirits, as our spiritual health, but it's a dimension of health that's critical for us to feed and sustain. I mention that here today because I believe that the arts are a very powerful, powerful resource when it comes to nourishing the health of our spirit. I believe that for us the arts can help bring us together and create a sense of belonging. I was just talking to my wife earlier today, who was telling me about the beautiful youth orchestra that Dudamel used to lead, in South America, I believe, and what a powerful way to create community, to belonging, to create purpose, to create an experience where people can experience kindness and compassion and expand their circle of concern. What a powerful way to do that through an experience of the arts. So this is a moment where we have to revitalize the spirit of our communities, the spirit of our country. A time after when we've been through so much, when people are worried about whether the future is going to be hopeful or not, we have to revitalize that spirit. And I'm here to tell you that as somebody who is trained in medicine, as somebody who is a scientist, that I believe that the arts are the way that we have to do that. And so that's why I thank you all. That's why I'm so grateful to Chair Jackson, to all of you for helping to support and nurture the arts, to making sure that they're not forgotten in our effort to focus on STEM, that they don't fall by the wayside as we experience crisis after crisis, because they're part of what feeds our heart and soul. It's what we all need. It's what our kids need in particular. And the more we can make arts accessible to everyone, the more I believe we can create a community that experiences belonging, that feels that deep sense of purpose, and that experiences what it's like to be connected with others and to experience the kindness and compassion that we inherently, I think, have the power to express, and that ultimately gives us the power to help each other heal.
Dr. Murthy, you give me hope.
Thank you.
Thank you for say thank you for reminding us that we all have a role in healing. And thank you for your service.
Appreciate that.
So much. Thank you. Another round of applause to Dr. Murphy.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Chair Jackson and U.S. Surgeon General Vice Admiral Vivek Murthy. Now please welcome to the stage Christopher Bailey, Arts and Health Lead with the World Health Organization.
I've been asked to speak about arts and health around the world in 3 minutes. No, don't laugh, you're taking away from my time. I could talk about the technical assistance that the NEA has requested from WHO to look at measurement frameworks for the health benefits of the arts to help support the programs that Chair Jackson has described, but there's no time. I could talk about the Jameel Arts and Health Lab, a network of affiliated research centers around the world that's looking at the evidence base for the health benefits of the arts as a health behavior, just like nutrition and exercise, and looking at arts-based interventions and their scalability to help support underserved populations. And the foundational science underneath that, the neurology, the biochemistry of why we might reasonably say it has a health benefit. As an example, the auditory senses that have been found in the temporal lobe and what that might mean in terms of the easing of human suffering. But there's no time. I could talk about our work in the Global South and indigenous communities and how we've upended the development paradigm where it's no longer an assumed state of support and knowledge moving from north to south, but actually inverts, because the Global South has not forgotten what we are so cleverly rediscovering right now, including the healing power of the nonlinear conception of time. But there's no time for that. I could talk about my own journey into blindness and how when I was struck blind, it shattered my own sense of time, and my sense of the past became this dark ocean of grief for what I lost in the visual world, and my sense of the future became this rolling storm on the horizon filled with dread and anxiety for what I was going to face in this dark world. And yet, through creative expression, the sound of the word, I was able to find a pathway whereby I could once again luxuriate in the present moment. Just as you willingly close your eyes to better savor a glass of red wine, just as you willingly close your eyes to better embody a beautiful piece of music, just as you willingly close your eyes to trace the gentle slope of a lover's forearm, so too do I accept the closing of my eyes to better share this moment with you. Because the arts, in the arts, there is no time. Thank you.
Thank you, Christopher Bailey. Now please welcome to the stage Allison Orr, founder and artistic director of Forklift Danceworks out of Austin, Texas.
Hi, friends. I've been asked to lead us in a dance break. So I know many of you out here, and I'm going to rely on you to get us through this dance break. I am Allison Orr from Forklift Danceworks in Austin, Texas, and I'm just really honored to be here with each and every one of you. Thank you to the NEA and the White House leadership. We've been doing, so many of us, just doing this work cross-sector for so many years. And it just feels really hopeful to hear all of this support today. One of my great teachers, Liz Lerman, must call her name out today in this room, taught me something called Build a Phrase, and we're going to do it together. But first, if you'd like, you can, if it feels good to you, I'd love for you to join me in standing if you're able, or you'd enjoy that for just a moment. Yeah, we know our minds think better when our bodies get to move. So for just a second, just shake the bottom half in whatever way makes sense to you. Just shake that bottom half. Yeah, and just take a stretch across. Because again, we move cross-laterally, it opens up some brain synapses, I've been told, and we'll stretch the other way. Yeah, and I'm going to play a little music because that'll help. And just stretching for a moment max, we can go with the music. So I've been listening and taking notes, so many inspiring things today. And I've got a phrase that I want us to work with. Truth tellers. Do we have truth tellers in the room today? So I was thinking about truth-telling and if we could have a movement to show truth-telling. And I've got something, I saw it over there. I'm gonna look so truth-telling. Paul, yeah. And because I've got this annoying microphone, I want you to do it with me. Truth-telling, yeah, that's it. You can do both hands, one hand. So that's our number one. That's our number one. And let's do this. Can you take that truth and tell it behind you? And maybe take it down low. And over to the side. That's our number one. The next, I wrote down bridge builders. Now I'll have to say bridge building also takes some work, right? So we're gonna put some work into our bridge building. You ready? We're just gonna craft a bridge. With me, craft a bridge with me. That's it. Now it takes some work, so I want you to put some muscle into it. Craft that bridge, because it's not always easy. Yeah, great, you look beautiful. So do you remember number one? Can you show me one? There we go, truth-telling. Let's just do it 10 times. That's 8, 9, 10. Now let's build your bridge. And I'd love it if you built your bridge around you, behind you. Put some muscle into it. You got it, Paul. Looking good over there. Here's our last one. Change seeking. Can you give me a movement for change? What's your movement for change? Change can be disorienting, people. Yeah, woo, I saw one. Can you do yours for us? Yeah, do it. Yeah. Now change, it requires movement, that's good. And it can be disorienting, which is good too. And seek, that's our last one, seek. Can I see seek? Anybody got an idea for seek? How might you move seek? And we got it. And we're gonna look just across the horizon for our last move. Yeah, we're seek, that's it. All right, I need to go from number one, and we're gonna start all together. We're gonna do our whole dance. Do you remember one? Truth-telling, here we go. 6, 7, 8, and truth-telling. Oh, we could have started here. That's it. And number 2, bridge building. Here we are with the work. Taking some muscle. Now here comes our moment for change. This one should feel good. Oh, you look beautiful. And we seek. Let's do it one more time. I'm going to put the microphone down. And that was music by Graham Reynolds from his album Trucks Don't Dance.
Let's have another round of applause for Allison Orr. Who pushed us all and made us move. So the connections are deep between the built environment and social infrastructure, and the arts can be the perfect bridge between the two. What if we fully recognize the ways our physical environments influence our civic life and our social fabric? And what if we recognize the power of art and design in that realm? Multiple federal agencies understand and advance the connection between the art and our built and natural environments. From FEMA's work on hazard mitigation to the General Services Administration's Art in Architecture program, which aims to create a lasting cultural legacy for American people. Let's turn to a short video about GSA's Art in Architecture program as I welcome Katie Kale, Deputy Administrator of the General Services Administration.
GSA's Art in Architecture program has commissioned public art at federal buildings throughout the country for over 50 years. The collection now contains a wide array of paintings, murals, sculptures, textiles, mosaics, landscapes, and more. This priceless portfolio helps tell the story of communities across America. It reflects and celebrates our rich diversity, and it's a living reminder of how our government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. GSA invests in and cares for these pieces because we believe that government buildings should not only inhabit the communities around them, but enrich those communities as well. After all, this is the People's Collection, seen in places ranging from U.S. courthouses in our largest cities to land ports of entry in rural areas and everywhere in between. Each piece is a reminder to the people who enter these spaces that creative expression helps strengthen our democracy. The artworks help us think more deeply about who we are as a country and who we want to become. Looking forward, GSA and partners like the National Endowment for the Arts will continue to advance public art, will expand opportunities for artists from around the country to add their contributions to one of America's most cherished collections. As a supporter of public art, thank you for joining GSA, our federal partners and artists nationwide, as we continue to tell the story of America in the years ahead through art and architecture.
Hello, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Katie Kale. I am the Deputy Administrator of the U.S. General Services Administration. As a visual introduction, I am a white woman. I have long, light brown hair. I'm wearing a black top and red pants, and I am about to put on my darkroom glasses so I can make sure that I capture all of the notes that I brought here to share with you today. On behalf of Administrator Robin Carnahan and everyone at GSA, thank you for having me here today. Our agency is proud to support public art and do our part in bringing it to public spaces. I love that video, not only because it shows some of my favorite pieces, but also it shows the diversity and the variety of GSA's artwork. But it's also just a fraction of what we hold in the nation's largest collection of public art. And speaking of fractions, I have another important one to share with you. 1/2 of 1%. That's how much GSA sets aside from each of our large building projects, just for public art. Given the billions of dollars in funding that we invest each year, 0.1% really can make a tremendous impact. In fact, the scope of our art and architecture program is much bigger than most people realize. GSA is the caretaker of the nation's largest public art collection. That's over 26,000 paintings, murals, sculptures, light and earthwork installations, and so much more. Some of which are on display in our federal buildings, and many of which are housed in museums. To understand how GSA became such a champion of public art, we need to look back into our country's history. Under President Roosevelt, we as a country invested deeply in creating jobs, boosting our economy, and really celebrating the American spirit. And funding for the arts was a key part of FDR's New Deal. Fast forward to 1962, and President Kennedy issued the guiding principles for federal architecture. This included the idea of incorporating fine art into federal buildings, with an emphasis on the work of living American artists. And then in 1972, President Nixon asked the NEA to recommend a program to place even more art into federal buildings. And that's where GSA's Art and Architecture program was created. In the last 50 years, GSA has created policies to grow and strengthen the Art and Architecture program. But at the same time, we have remained committed to those initial ideas, principles, and recommendations. GSA's collection is the people's collection. It tells the ongoing story of our people and our democracy, of our struggles and our triumphs, of our cultures and our collective goal to create a more perfect union. We want federal employees to remember those stories when they come into work at our federal buildings and walk the halls of their offices. And we want visitors to see themselves in those stories when they come to a building to receive services and benefits from their own government. This work reminds us of who we are as a country and who we strive to be. So looking forward, what's next for the 50 years of federal funded public art? Well, first, GSA is implementing the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to ensure equity is embedded into how we support the arts. Specifically, we have expanded access to a more diverse range of artists working on a variety of mediums, and we've also expanded our guidelines to really bring in a broader array of subject matter, of themes, and of styles. Second, in line with the executive order to promote the arts, we are partnering with organizations like the NEA. GSA's Art and Architecture program is only one of 2 federal programs that directly commissions artists to create work. And honestly, we need more of that. We want to build on those partnerships in order to support more work for artists and their studios across the country. And third, GSA is investing in nearly $7 billion in the historic funding for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act and the Inflation Reduction Act. And as I mentioned earlier, a portion of that will be going directly to fund federal art. Our goal is to ensure public art remains a government-wide priority well into the future. We have an amazing team at GSA who lead this effort, including the fabulous Jennifer Gibson, who is here today. But I want to make sure that you all know that everyone can play a role in this work. So, to my federal colleagues, if this work is as exciting to you as it is to me, if you are interested in starting or strengthening a public arts program through your agency, my team at GSA is ready and eager to help and work with you. To the artists in the room, you are a vibrant part of the American workforce. And just as we are creating infrastructure jobs across the country, we also want to create good jobs for artists. And I hope you will spread the word about GSA's Artist Registry. This is where artists from across the country can learn more about our commissions. We are always looking for artists who can help put a spotlight on the really special and unique aspects of the communities in which GSA has projects. And finally, to our arts advocates across the country, remember always that public art is living legacy. Just as our government works to build trust with the American people by delivering the services that they expect from their government, we also build trust by showing Americans that they themselves are reflected in all their diverse ways in our public art. GSA is very proud of what we've been able to do over the last 50 years, and we are really looking forward to what is to come in the 50 years ahead. Thank you for having me here today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this summit.
Thank you. Now please welcome to the stage Radhika Fox, Assistant Administrator of the Office of Water at the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Good morning, right? Thank you. My goodness, what a just spectacular a group of folks who are gathered in the room today. I wish you all could stand here and see how truly amazing you all look and the amazing collection of folks who have come together. And you know, at a time when we are just so divided as a nation, I think it's important that we find ways to come back to each other, right? And find those things that truly unify us. And if you think about it, arts and culture is that, right? It is our moral compass. It has, through the ages, been a unifying force in our society. It's been a guidepost for us to be our best selves as a society. And so I just want you all to take a moment and look to the person on your right, if there's someone there, if not, you know. And look to the person, but look to the person on your left as well, right? Because what if there's someone there? Okay. But you know, the ideas we're talking about today are incredible, but the fellowship that we are creating by being in this room together is also truly, truly special. It's going to spark things we don't even know yet. So I just, wanted you to connect with each other in that way. I also want to thank my friend Maria and Nira for them, their vision, for their teams at the White House Domestic Policy Council and the National Endowment for the Arts. They have truly been the animating force behind President Biden's executive order on arts and culture. I will also say that they have been true cat herders of all of us federal agencies in helping us and pushing us to think about how we can integrate arts and culture into the very fabric of what we do. So I work at the EPA, and our mission at the EPA is pretty foundational, right? Our job is to ensure that everybody in this country breathes clean air, drinks safe water, and can live and play and work on clean land. That is what EPA was designed to do. And in the context of President Biden and the Biden-Harris administration, EPA has been really, truly at the center of so many of the president's priorities, whether it's addressing the climate crisis, rebuilding our nation's water infrastructure, helping transition to a clean energy economy, or to really centering environmental justice into what we do as an administration. And we're very fortunate at the EPA because right now our mission and our work is supercharged. Between the Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the EPA is investing over $100 billion, 100 with a B, billion in communities across the country. And my office, the Office of Water, is leading a $50 billion investment dedicated to improved water infrastructure in communities across the country. It is the largest investment we have ever made as a nation in water. But, I'm going to be honest with you. If I think about our job at EPA, clean air, clean water, clean land for all, we face a lot of headwinds. So many headwinds, so many challenges in delivering on that for the American people. We're struggling with aging infrastructure. We're struggling with uncertain weather patterns that are creating whiplash in communities, from too much water and flooding and sea level rise to not enough water and drought and scarcity, right? So tremendous challenges that we face. And so one of the things that is really important to me as President Biden's water chief is that we are utilizing every tool in our toolbox to get the job done. And I believe, Administrator Regan at the EPA we believe that if we integrate arts and culture into the core work of EPA, we will do a better job. We will do a better job if arts and culture are truly integrated into our work. And so I wanted to start by first sharing the story of my journey into the world of arts and culture and the environment. So prior to joining the Biden administration on day one, I ran an organization called the U.S. Water Alliance. The Alliance was really created to tackle head-on the thorny issues where we were really stuck in the water and environmental space. And we were doing that work, heads down, working with our partners around the country. And then I met ArtPlace America and Jamie Bennett. Probably everyone in this room knows Jamie, right? If you don't, you should. And many of the funders who envisioned ArtPlace America and the partners that helped made it happen are here in the room today too. And the premise of the idea is, let's go to lots of other sectors of our society, whether it's health or education or the environment, and think about and help those sectors consider how to use arts and culture to do their work better, right? And so I was one of the organizations that had the opportunity to be a part of this. And as we looked in the water sector, what was happening was arts and culture part of the work. We discovered amazing, amazing things. Healing. If you think about the Flint water crisis and a whole generation of children who were poisoned because by their water system, the work of artists and culture bearers in Flint to heal, to bring that community back together, it was really phenomenal. Bridge. Thinking about today the work of High Water Line in places like Miami and New York, where they were utilizing arts to help people understand the impacts of sea level rise and what that meant for their community and climate. Bridging with art. Thriving. My own work at the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, where we were partnered with the Arts Commission there to really utilize the major infrastructure investments that we were doing to build thriving art centers in neighborhoods around the country. So bridging, healing, thriving, we saw all of that in the water sector. You could go to the U.S. Water Alliance's website. You'll see that we created an artist in residence program there. We've created an accelerator to help communities around the country really incorporate these arts and cultural strategies into their own work. So that's my story of how I ended up, here with all of you today. And so that brings me to the announcement. So I am just thrilled today to announce that EPA and the National Endowment for the Arts are starting a new initiative to really unleash the power of arts and culture to support water restoration and climate resilience efforts around the country. We will be establishing, thank you. We'll be establishing the first ever Artists in Residence program at the EPA. It will be embedded in our National Estuaries and Urban Waters federal partnerships. And what we will be doing is supporting artists to really work with these treasured water bodies, these treasured water restoration efforts to go farther, faster, better, and more centered in community. So let me announce what the 6 locations are that we're starting with. And I say starting for a reason, because this work is going to continue. The Duwamish Watershed in Seattle, the Rio Grande River in New Mexico, the San Juan Estuary in Puerto Rico, the Passaic, Bronx, and Harlem Watershed, the Delaware River Watershed in Greater Philadelphia, and the Mystic River Watershed in Boston. And so as a start, we are dedicating $200,000 to each of those 6 watersheds, and all of those resources will go to support the artist and to support the work that that artist is doing in that watershed. But EPA and NEA will be partnering with these 6 locations every step of the way. We want to make sure that the learnings are captured and spread to other parts of the EPA, to other federal agencies. We're going to make sure to lift up those lessons. We're going to make sure that those artists and those communities are networked together. So, I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what creativity, what new solutions, what new ways of thinking and being together will develop through these partnerships. So I want to again thank Maria for her fearless leadership in helping EPA think through this. And so with that, I want to kind of pivot to the panel, and we have really a phenomenal, is this on? Perfect. So we have a phenomenal group of leaders and innovators who are really going to put texture and specificity to some of what I just talked about. And what's great is we have a working artist, a leader of a cultural organization, as well as a leader from a local government agency, each working on these issues from that vantage point. And here comes the thing that will define success for me, is if I introduce Amanda Pongbodi Pakia. Yes. As someone whose name is always said wrong, the fact that I said your name right. So Amanda is based in New York City. She is a multidisciplinary artist, educator, and member of the President's Committee for the Arts, and thank you for your service on that committee, Amanda. We also have Alex Gibson, who is executive director of Apple Shop in Whitesburg, Kentucky, and a recovering lawyer, so hopefully you'll tell that story, Alex. Because I will soon be a recovering bureaucrat. And we also have Mike Alexander, who is Chief Operating Officer with the Atlanta Regional Commission. So incredible. We had a session last week to prepare, and I was just so struck by the sophistication and innovation that all of you are really bringing to this work of integrating arts and culture into the environmental infrastructure and sort of society at large. So let's start with you, Amanda. Share your story.
Sure. First of all, let me just say how excited I am about this new residency program. I think one of the surest ways to really drive transformative change is to put artists in spheres where they can impact infrastructure, and then vice versa as well. So a very reciprocal, collaborative process. It reminds me of my residency with the New York City Commission on Human Rights a few years ago. And it's a program that's run through the Department of Cultural Affairs, where artists are paired and then staffed within a city agency for a full year. And we are able to collaborate, listen, and figure out what to create, what possibilities to create. And I really look at my work as bridge building, possibility making, and really uplifting the depth and resilience of our communities. So the first thing that I did with the Commission on Human Rights was to create a public art campaign that rebuked anti-Asian hate. Now, this was certainly personal for me as an Asian American. It was a healing offering for my community as someone who had experienced anti-Asian bias and violence, but also a tool for us to force an important conversation that wasn't being had at the time. It wasn't being covered in mainstream media. It wasn't really known outside of Asian American communities at the time. So we used the city as our canvas, and we put up these intergenerational portraits of Asian Americans paired with statements that I worked with community members to come up with. Statements like, "I'm not your scapegoat. We belong here. We too are America. Stand with us." And because it was built with community, because it was built with the commission staff, it became just very deeply resonant, and we reached millions across New York City and around the world. It traveled to Boston, it traveled to Atlanta, it ended up on the cover of Time to offer solace and strength after the March 2021 shooting. So I think for me, I just believe that arts have such power to drive change, and when you put artists in collaboration with city and federal agencies, it gives us space, resources, and willing collaborators to drive that change together.
Well, I mean, what's so powerful about the work that you just described is it both can help the healing, but through the art helps people see really uncomfortable things that we have to confront in order to move forward. So thank you for your work, and thank you for sharing that story. Yeah. Alex?
Yes. Working? Yeah. Yeah, hello, folks. My name's Alex. Come from Eastern Kentucky. We're a group, Appalshop, of storytellers in the coal fields. And when we're successful, I think we're able to provide a platform and techniques to help amplify stories that aren't typically told. I grew up in Eastern Kentucky on a tobacco farm, and it's somewhat common in the region to have a complicated relationship with your identity in the space. Similar to a lot of folks, Appalachia has a particular stereotype, and we don't historically or presently control the media that we consume. And so the definitions of what an Appalachian is are often told to you from people who have their own biases and their own interpretations. So Appalshop, back in the 1950s, was started by the Office of Economic Opportunity as a jobs program, but to explore alternative methodologies of making money besides the extraction of coal, which was the leading employer in the region. But then also from the artistic perspective of providing folks with cameras to tell their own stories in their own words. And that's been the fundamental undercurrent of Appalshop over the years, trying to provide that platform and that voice. We consider ourselves to be a sort of anchor institution in the region because of the age of Appalshop relative to a lot of our artistic peers. It's an old organization, and it's had time to have progeny and have spin-off, and so that's been a fascinating thing to see, and for Appalshop to kind of play that role. There's not many arts organizations that are able to employ artists full-time with benefits and retirement stuff, and it gets even more unlikely when you move into the coal fields of how this experiment in uplifting rural voices is working. But it does require Appalshop to be in concert with other folks because populations are small, but the problems are quite similar. And it was actually Appalshop for me that growing up in the region, I had a very difficult time sometimes with race, and Appalshop helped me to understand the place that I was in. There was a film in particular called Stranger with a Camera, which helped contextualize for me the nature of the conflicts that I was experiencing. So it's been really important for me and for other folks to help understand Appalachian identity from a more indigenous place.
Thank you so much for your work. And Mike?
Good morning, everyone. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the Atlanta Regional Commission, and I'm still wondering why I'm here. Because I told a crew yesterday, I'm the Chief Invoice Signer at the ARC. And what that really means is I get to see the breadth of the programs that the ARC works on. We are unique. Almost every program that's been talked about today, as a regional commission, a metropolitan planning organization, an area agency on aging, we do workforce development. Those federal funds flow to us at the ARC. And we obviously implement these federal goals and rules. And like many of my colleagues, I'm actually a land use planner by training via the Marine Corps. And I got addicted to the idea of what community can be. And many of you in this room are in a similar place. You're hungry for connections yourself. You're hungry to help other people find connections through community. I became a neighborhood president in the city of Atlanta when I was younger. And I learned more doing that than probably anything else I've done in my career. And it's real work, right? And so on any given day, the ARC will have probably 90 planning projects that we're either funding, managing, or doing ourselves. And that's a lot of moments where we can reach people. And I'd say generally, we're not satisfied with how that community engagement has gone. And we've tried to do it differently. And about a decade ago, we became responsible for arts, regional arts program for metropolitan Atlanta, and in addition to all those federal responsibilities. And went through a process. And we tried to help arts nonprofits first with data, right? Tried to make them stronger, know their customers better. And then we had another iteration where we really invested in the Arts Leaders of Metropolitan Atlanta program, where we tried to make those leaders stronger in their work. And now we're at a very different place. We've gone from this high level to a very, for me, much more impactful level. We're flying almost at ground level with this work. And what we're doing now is we're taking planners and artists and putting them together, right? And yeah, some of you are saying yes, because this is where the rubber meets the road. And I will tell you, having them together to go through a cohort model process over 7 months to learn to work together to do community engagement and support of local organizations has been transformative. It's messy, and the staff was talking at me about it, and I said, I can't get up there and say it's messy, right? So what I'm actually saying is we embrace complexity, right? And the real reason I'm here, all kidding aside, is that I hope what we've learned can be of value to others. I have a lot of friends that have talked to me about this program, culture and community design, right? Culture and community design. How can we do more of it, right? I think the ARC is almost unique in the way we're using our programs and leveraging the work that we do, in part under these federal rules and requirements, to meet people where they are. This is the last thing I'm going to say. We talk a lot about that. And for most planners, that means sending out notice that we're going to have a meeting at some location. I'm not kidding, right? You know it. A lot of you know this, right? And we expect people to show up. It doesn't work, right? And if I could drop a mic right now, that's what I would say. We've got to do it differently. And it's a lot harder to do it better. And the way we're doing it now with artists, this is going to sound so cheesy, but I'm rolling, right? When you're around artists, it's like there's additional light in the room. And that is it for me. And it's so, so impactful. And what it really means is that I know going forward, my aha moment was actually yesterday, that we're going to do this more and more, and we're going to train more and more people. And that's what we're really doing. We're training artists to do community engagement with planners so that we can keep going and do it again and again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's great. So I have 2 questions. So hopefully we'll do 2 quick rounds if possible. So what each of you are doing is so impressive, and I know it's hard. It's really hard work, right? So share with us, what would help you? What would help you spread and scale the work that each of you are working on?
I would say this is sort of probably a global need for artists to just please pay us fairly and help us sustain our practices.
To just be artists.
Right, to just be artists, invest in our humanity and our lives and our artistry, not just in our outputs. And please don't fund just based on our outputs. That would really, I think, open up a lot of possibility in many places so that we don't have to choose between our heart work, our community work, and what pays the bills.
Life in rural America can sometimes appear vindictively difficult. And it's a significant portion of the country that lives in an area that would be classified as rural. Yet, I think the last numbers I saw, and Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but we usually get less than 1% of national funding to rural arts organizations. And so I think biggest for us, even more than the money, is to have a meaningful, to be meaningfully involved in the decision-making process, for rural folks to have a seat at the table and understand that there are democratic consequences if they're not. Yeah.
Alex, thank you. We need more of what he's done. The way you're working across agencies at the federal level, that's got to happen at every level. And that's what we're trying to do at the ARC. And for the federal people in the room, you are our partner. We're here to implement this stuff for you. So we need more of it. We need more direction about why this is such a fundamental part of where planning needs to be, where infrastructure needs to be in the United States. So more of everything is what we need in this space.
So my last question, and maybe we'll start with Mike and come back around this way, is, Maria and Nira and their teams have brought together a pretty phenomenal group of folks, probably the first ever gathering quite like this. And so you've got the mic, literally, in your hands. What is the lesson? What is the thing that you want each of these folks to leave this convening with as they go back to their jobs and try to continue this work from their vantage points?
Yeah, I mean, I already said it. It's complex to do the work thoughtfully. I've had to acknowledge as a planner, we can't be everywhere, but we need to be great somewhere, right, with people. And that's a different mindset, right? We need to be a lot more thoughtful about the way we're engaging people. And this last iteration of our program, it works. It works. That's what you need to know. And down in Atlanta, we're going to continue to do it. And we hope you're with us, especially Austin. We will find you. Thank you.
Our identity is a kind of communal process of building up an identity over time in reference and referring to stories that you understand through time, design your place in the world and your role in the community, to figure out what it means to be an American or to be black or to be a man, or all these things are relativistic questions, comparisons to others. So it's in that concert of relationships that we come to understand a people, our people, the people across the table, the people in our communities. And so to think about the power of the narrative and how important it is to have meaningful stories that help people understand serious problems. So just think about the things that you are, lawyer, doctor, right? We're chasing some image, and there's a lot of power in defining that image, and there's a lot of power taken away from people when they're externally defined.
I would say art is our most powerful tool for progress because it's an act of love and courage, and the global, extremely bold, very visible transformations are not more important than the less visible ones, the small moments of change that happened. I just want to share a story from my work with Lincoln Center, where I filled the entire campus with sculptures and installations, and I was holding rituals in public space. And a young Thai girl walked up to me, and she said, I've never seen a Thai person take up this much space. And at first I was like, okay. And then she continued and she said, because you've shown me that my voice, my art, belongs here, and that I can have a space here for my work and the way in which I want to move through the world too. And, it might not seem like a big thing. It's a small, tiny moment. But for those of us who have been told again and again that we need to shrink ourselves to fit in a mold, and that our voice doesn't matter, it's actually very fundamental and transformational. So I'm just hoping for more of those small moments, millions of those small moments for all of you.
So Amanda, Alex, and Mike, I want to thank the three of you for really bringing your whole selves into this conversation, and to all the speakers who have come before us today, who have also really brought their whole selves and shared at a very personal level. And so to close us out, what I say to the three of you, as well as to all of you, namaste. Because in my culture, what that means is that the divine in me bows to the divine in you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause.
Good morning. I'm Joy Harjo, speaking to you from the Muskogee Creek Nation Reservation on a sunny, snowed-in day. I'm really happy to be here at a gathering that will support arts and the place of arts in our communities, in our world. I'm going to start with a poem called Perhaps the World Ends Here, because it begins at the kitchen table, which is kind of the original story circle place, and still is for many of us in this world. Perhaps the world ends here. The world begins at a kitchen table. No matter what, we must eat to live. The gifts of earth are brought and prepared, set on the table. So it has been since creation, and it will go on. We chase chickens or dogs away from it. Babies teethe at the corners, they scrape their knees under it. It is here that children are given instructions on what it means to be human. We make men at it. We make women. At this table, we gossip. We call enemies and the ghost of lovers. Our dreams drink coffee with us as they put their arms around our children. They laugh with us at our poor falling down selves, and as we put ourselves back together once again at the table. This table has been a house in the rain, an umbrella in the sun. Wars have begun and ended at this table. It is a place to hide in the shadow of terror, a place to celebrate the terrible victory. We have given birth on this table and have prepared our parents for burial here. At this table, we sing with joy, with sorrow. We pray of suffering and remorse. We give thanks. Perhaps the world will end at the kitchen table. while we are laughing and crying, eating of the last sweet bite. So as you meet today, think about each meeting place as a kind of kitchen table. And around the table are many generations speaking, eating together, talking about what matters, reading poetry, sharing songs, sharing images, and thinking about how we all move forward together in this incredible world. Mado, thank you.
Thank you sincerely, Joy Harjo, for delivering those beautiful and encouraging words into this meeting place. And now let's welcome Mayor Michelle Wu of the City of Boston and White House Senior Advisor and Director of Public Engagement, Stephen Benjamin.
Sure, sounds good.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, all.
Some of you who are not used to seeing me with glasses, I will wear them to make sure I'm good today. I don't need them, but I can't see without them. So that was beautiful, a wonderful reminder of why, when I had the privilege of serving as mayor of Columbia, South Carolina, we wanted to establish our first poet laureate in the city of Columbia, help tell the story of the city in a way that brought people together, and that was gorgeous. I have the privilege today of actually serving as the Oprah. Usually I'm on the other side of receiving questions, but of one of the most dynamic mayors in the country, indeed the world, one of the most historic cities. Mayor, we're so glad to have you here with us today.
Thank you. It's great to be with everyone. What a delight. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Have this amazing crowd here. Would you share some of the longstanding work that's been run out of the mayor's office, in particular, maybe what you've seen with your innovative Artist in Residence program?
Yeah, well, it's an honor and a delight to be with this Oprah. I grew up in Chicago, actually. I'm the oldest kid to immigrant parents, and my mom didn't speak English at all when she immigrated to the US and would watch Oprah every day to learn English. And so I grew up with a lot of wisdom in my life, and whenever I could hear her tell me things in English, I knew it was Oprah talking to me, and not my mom, but I benefited a lot from that.
You get a card. You get that one? Okay.
So first, it's just incredible that this convening is happening, and the sessions so far around arts as health, arts as infrastructure, this is really what we are trying to live out in city government in Boston as well. Arts shouldn't be on a shelf, separate and siloed off from every other thing that we're doing, but really as a vehicle, as a platform, as a community building opportunity for each of the things that we are doing. And so it's been a longstanding practice in the city of Boston for planners to be embedded in our arts department to make sure they're bringing that lens to the various decisions around the built environment or programming. We have an Artist in Residence program that actually started with funding and support from the NEA and now has been moved over to the city's operations budget as its own entity. And this is not just, again, artists doing their own thing, but having a city office, but really deeply working with the structures of city government. Two examples of our Artists in Residence right now, the incredible Eloisa Barbosa, who is an audio documentarian, podcast producer, writer, former house cleaner, and who's bringing life to some of the statistics and the numbers that we're collecting on our demographic and research teams. How do we not only see the numbers, but the real stories behind people who are living their lives and pulling in all of the different pieces that we are trying to address? We are also very grateful to have Ashton Lights, also known as Stiggity Sticks, who is one of the most highly lauded freestyle dance specialists in the city of Boston, who's working closely with our Parks Department to examine public infrastructure. And their question has been, what if, as easily accessible as you can go and play basketball in different places that the city is maintaining and sanctioning, what if dance were as easily accessible too? And so thinking about how do we set up the spaces for creative movement and expression with lights and space. And those are the kinds of projects that we've been able to uplift and then really carry out through the work of our departments.
It's fantastic. I really love the intentionality that you're bringing to making sure that this becomes really just a part of what you do every day in Boston. When I first was elected as mayor, it was important to me to be able to tell in a much more effective way the story of African Americans in South Carolina, the beautiful and painful story, but being able to tell it from an empowering perspective. So we started an effort with a number of other Southern mayors to try and really inculcate it into everything we did, from cultural tourism to literally building out the public realm walking tours that eventually school districts would use to bring history teachers downtown and tell the story of the American South from a different perspective. Tell me a little bit about your focus on access and inclusion and representation, and how do you think about the arts as fully integrated into the identity of place, making sure people feel home?
Yeah, there's a power through the arts of making sure people can actually feel seen and valued, and to access that sense of belonging. And so in Boston, we have some work to do. Certainly we are well known in the movie, in Hollywood, and in different slices of our history as the Freedom Trail, and a very sort of narrow sense of what that history means. Several years ago, when I was serving on the city council, I worked with, I think, some of the folks in this room to really understand all of the memorials and place names and monuments whose stories were formally embedded in our historic landscape. And there were many, many communities whose stories were not at all represented in any of the names or any of the statues. And I spent some time with the Chinatown Historical Society. We have one of the most historic Chinatowns anywhere, still a very residential Chinatown, and yet there was one statue of a person of Asian descent in all of Boston, and that was Confucius, there's a figurine outside one of the buildings in Chinatown, right? So we are now able to use some of the federal funding that's been available through the American Rescue Plan and other sources to, for example, commission works that are going to represent workers who came to Chinatown and have their likenesses finally representing. We're able to think about the artist Wen Tisen, just an incredible activist in Chinatown, as well as being a community member and artist. We're thinking about how different cultural districts within the city, whether that is our Latin Quarter or our Little Saigon quarter in part of Dorchester, or our Literary Cultural District or Roxbury Cultural District, all represent the various facets of culture that can layer in together. But I will also just zoom out and say, in addition to highlighting unique identities and calling out cultures and integrating that into a sense of place, arts can also transcend every culture and every kind of language barrier as well. And that was so much of the experience that I had growing up. My parents, again, facing so many language barriers whenever we left the house. Arts was in some ways the way for them to feel like they belonged and could connect with others despite all of the invisible walls that might exist in other spaces. My mom had joined a community choir shortly after immigrating to this country because she is a singer, and I think had she stayed in Taiwan would have probably been a professional singer. And so here she was in the US, finding her way to a local neighborhood community choir. And years later, I found some of the sheet music that they had worked off of, and she had kind of painstakingly transcribed, transliterated all of the English lyrics into Chinese words that sounded the same, so she could still participate and be part of it. And that was her way of feeling like she could make it, and she could be connected to everyone here across any sense of cultural or language barriers too.
She belonged. It's beautiful. My wife and I have been blessed with two beautiful daughters who love the arts, participate in the arts. They use it to understand the kind of the forces and phenomena of the universe in so many different ways. But they also love to tell each other how petty they can be at times. So I'm about to be really petty right now. As a former mayor who did not have access to all these different resources, and you remember, I mean, I served for 12 years,
Right.
and we would often come to Washington. We had wonderful support from the NEA and IMLS and others, but not the robust amount of resources that have come through, like the American Rescue Plan, through the Biden-Harris administration. So having these have legislation and leaders that look to prioritize and invest in the arts across different sectors, very much the way that you're approaching things in Boston, and housing and transportation. What kind of impact has that had in building not just intergovernmental, but maybe intersectoral relationships as well?
I mean, it has been completely transformative to have this unprecedented level of resources from the federal government and the Biden administration to be able to carry out some of the dreams that had always been discussed in community and had always been deferred because of resources or what felt like more urgent needs. We have dedicated a $20 million portion of our ARPA funds to the arts directly. And that has gone to programs such as partnering with Now and Here in Boston to launch our triennial next year, which will be a landmark set of public art and installations and interactive experiences that residents can have, getting foot traffic back downtown, making sure that people are in person in our public spaces together. We have been able to put that funding to individual projects as well, in a mitigation agreement, for example, with a local developer who's building a large-scale building, to then carve out an agreement where they would also basically trade a facility that they no longer needed to the city for the city to then be able to develop that. Now that we have a building, before we still probably couldn't do much with it, but with those ARPA funds, able to then do some of the light renovations to turn it into a home for 500 artists to have rehearsal space, practice space, and to have that anchoring in our community. And we've also decided, rather than having 1,000 press conferences or small little new programs that are launched, to really concentrate on long-standing sustainable impact and to treat our arts and culture community partners as the infrastructure that we need just as much as city roads and bridges and streets. So we've dedicated a good chunk of that funding to delivering the largest grants that some of these organizations have been able to partner with the city on, just to relieve that pressure. Now that you have a multi-year commitment from the city through ARPA and our federal resources, help us build the infrastructure for healing through the pandemic, for putting our democracy back together, for making sure that everyone in our community is part of owning the riches of Boston.
That's very powerful and beautifully said. And it was good.
Oh, I didn't even mention my favorite thing yet.
Please.
Well, this is partially because we still need a name for it, so I'm putting this out into the world that I have.
What's the email address? Where they send the submissions?
To mayor@boston.gov.
Okay.
We have a couple days until the press conference, but I've announced. Just so grateful to some of the world-renowned arts institutions in Boston who have agreed to collaborate together with the city on a free open access program so that every single Boston Public School student on the first and second Sundays of the month can go to our aquarium, our zoo, our art museums, our science museum, the children's museum, all for free. And so the idea is that each student, along with their family, will be able to just show their student ID or show the code that they're emailed that gets them right in. No need to try to get a ticket through this or that program or coordinate over here or not remember what day it is. All across the city these days, you just show and go. And the idea is that we want all of our young people to feel at home in the places that show them the world, And that has been possible also with the seed funding that ARPA has delivered to us.
I heard you say show and go. I heard people whispering. I think they like show and go. I heard that. It's fantastic, and you got the reaction from me because obviously, as I talk about our Columbia SC63 program in Columbia, you want to tell the history so people create a sense of belonging. Right. But also, I was with the president this weekend, and we were talking about the role of Irish indentured servants in building infrastructure in our city and how we work to recognize that. But be using the arts to tell the universal story of human rights in a way that in the time in which we live, we're realizing how both resilient and fragile our democratic institutions are. And just the way you phrased it, I just thought was beautiful and powerful. As we begin to wrap this session, hopefully the mayor's inspirational word says, all of you are leaders in meaningful ways, but I hope and pray that in the communities in which you live as well, that you're engaged with making sure that your leaders, that your mayors, your council people are as engaged and informed as this powerhouse right here. So remember that we're leaders, but we're also citizens in the communities in which we live. So we're required to be involved in those spaces as well, while we do wonderful things on the national stage too.
And to invest in the teams as well. I see our Chief of Arts and Culture, Cara Elliott Ortega, is here. Our Chief of Staff, Tiffany Chu, is in the house somewhere as well, floating around. And there's so many folks I recognize who have made many of these collaborations possible, from the Mass Cultural Council and Bar Foundation. Anyway, it's a room full of leaders who are not just trying to seed that sense of wonder and possibility everywhere in our communities, and especially for the next generation, but I think fundamentally there is a connection between what it takes to come together to carry out government, right? Government is the entity that is supposed to do the things that we can't do on our own, and the things that the market economy couldn't even do on its own, the things that really require us to have a sense of shared collective destiny and future, our connection to each other. And as we see the threads of that fabric fraying a little bit, we need the arts to be able to help find that shared humanity and sense of connection and weave us back together in Boston, that we're trying so hard to make sure that we can set an example for how that's possible. And it's only been possible through the collaborations that this room and this administration's helped us deliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mayor Michelle Wu.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before we break for lunch, please welcome President and CEO of the National Assembly of State Arts Agencies, Pam Breaux.
Hello, everyone. All right, we're still up and at 'em, right? Since 9 a.m., you're great. It's a real honor to be here with each of you today. As you heard, I'm from the National Assembly of State Arts Agencies, where we work in service to the 56 state and jurisdictional arts agencies of America, and we are proudly that other NASA. Also proudly this year, we are very much looking forward to celebrating 56 years, 56 strong, with 56 state arts agencies. So you're invited to celebrate with us. I am standing here really nourished by the discussions, the ideas, and the artistry that have already been shared today. This morning, we witnessed enlightening contributions that really personified the power of the arts in health and healing. We heard about practices from Ashe Cultural Arts Center in New Orleans, for example, where the city's deeply rooted cultural traditions ground the work of the organization. It promotes a culture of wellness in a very tangible way, walking with and in support of its community. Ashe is a remarkable model of cross-sector collaborative work where artists and community Health workers, or artists as community health workers, and traditional health workers unite as one team to make life and health better for their community. During our more recent segment on the arts and physical infrastructure, the inspiration continued to flow from our presenters. Perhaps you were struck, as I was struck, by the deep authenticity that is the foundation of Appalshop's work in Kentucky. This organization lives its mission by engaging the power of the arts to empower Appalachian communities to see their own assets, which are sometimes hidden in plain sight, to write their own narratives, rejecting stereotypes assigned to them by others, and leverage their best assets and narratives toward building community wealth. All of today's contributors have made quite tangible the spirit and the power and the great, great potential, I believe, of the President's executive order on the arts and humanities. And I'm so grateful to the White House Domestic Policy Council and the National Endowment for the Arts for assembling us for these conversations today. State governments are also an important part of today's conversations. We know much of the physical infrastructure across the country is funded by the federal government, with dollars flowing through the states to help meet local and statewide needs. A handy example of this is the Department of Transportation. Of course, state departments of transportation live at the heart of planning, design, construction, and maintenance of our many modes of travel. And arts in transportation touch that entire life cycle of work. The arts enhance transportation in a host of ways. You know, we most easily see this when our public spaces are transformed, becoming stimulating environments, making transportation itself a better experience. But just as important, the arts help provide solutions to transportation sector challenges, like engaging communities meaningfully to improve transportation experiences and their outcomes. We have seen examples of the arts enhancing safety outcomes and artists helping to fuel agency transformations that use creative practices to advance experimentation, something artists do so well, so that address complex problems can be solved in new ways. Certainly, all our sectors, every sector could benefit from employing creative practices to fuel new solutions. State arts agencies are critical partners in this work. Facilitating connections to communities and artists is in their DNA. Their public engagement practices and their community-driven art selection practices bring stakeholders to the table ready to engage. I'm pleased to be here today with a number of colleagues from state and jurisdictional arts agencies. And if you're here today in representation of a state arts agency, would you please stand? I want folks to see you. So the folks in the room who just stood, I'm confident they'd be happy to be in conversation with any of you later in the day. To help make more tangible the work of state arts agencies in cross-sector collaborations, I'll briefly share examples. In Pennsylvania, the Turnpike Commission and the Council on the Arts developed a partnership to create and install large-scale artworks in service plazas across the state. With loads of community involvement, including students and families, artworks now enliven those spaces. Now, we all know that highways and turnpikes can feel pretty impersonal. And in some cases, they divide communities, or they create a reason to pass some communities by completely. Pennsylvania's projects offer a solution by working with communities to help make spaces that evoke what's important to the people themselves. Related to health and well-being, state arts agencies are critical developers and partners in programs that address health challenges. Creative aging partnerships, for example, are happening in a number of states. They support good overall health and bring purpose, social connection, and joy to the lives of older adults. And we heard about the importance of joy and this connection from the Surgeon General, right? These are real antidotes to the negative impacts of isolation experienced by too many. Nebraska Arts Council's Artist Residency Program, in partnership with the State Library, serves older adults at libraries, senior citizens, and assisted living facilities, improving lives across the state. And the Indiana Arts Commission is building its state infrastructure to serve older Hoosiers by providing creative aging training for artists and various health-related practitioners who specialize in caring for older adults. So there we have an example of a state arts agency that's creating the capacity for in-state providers to offer beneficial creative aging services today and in the future. In a broader approach to arts and health, Rhode Island State Council on the Arts and the state's Department of Health developed a state arts health plan. It's literally a public health roadmap, arts and health roadmap, to integrate the arts and health to benefit all Rhode Islanders. So that plan is already fueling new work, like supporting non-clinical arts programs with health-related goals to take place in health-based as well as community spaces. You know, reflecting on this Surgeon General as well, I'll mention that in Massachusetts at the Mass Cultural Council, the Culture RX program is also becoming a formidable model for, again, connecting the arts and health and the idea of prescriptions and remedies that are a part of the health equation. And so now I come bearing gifts. I'm incredibly pleased to offer you new resources being unveiled today to assist with your own cross-sector conversations at home. These gifts are intended to help stimulate your conversations. So in honor of this historic convening, and with generous support from Mellon Foundation, NASA is issuing 3 new policy briefs, again designed to help us advance cross-sector work wherever we live. So already embedded in your Summit app, you'll find a link to new papers on arts and health, and specifically arts and health for social cohesion, arts and transportation, as well as arts and infrastructure. Mellon's generosity enabled NASA to work with 4 policy fellows last year to advance this work. The fellows are Millie Hawk-Daniel, Amanda Lovely, Mallory Roxana Nizam, and Johanna Taylor, all of whom are here today. Lovely, Nizam, and Taylor co-founded CARE Lab. So it's C-A-I-R Lab, and that stands for a Cross-Sector Artists in Residence Lab. So a really important resource for today's discussions. So the CARE Lab founders themselves authored the papers that we're so pleased to provide for you today. Also, the papers are available on NASA's website. And I have a message for you from the CARE Lab team because they love every chance to model creative engagement and collective future dreaming. And so when you enter the lunchroom today, you'll find a postcard on your chair where you can fill in your own wildest dreams for the future of cross-sector collaboration with the arts. So dream big. After writing your visionary idea, you can scan the QR code to add it to our collection, and CARE Lab will share back all the ideas they collect. And so I'm sure seeing those ideas will inspire us all to consider how we can make these dreams a reality. And so, in the spirit of these cross-sector collaborations and the importance of embodying this work, let me embody it for a moment by suggesting, you've already heard me talk about being one of the NASAs, and I believe there may be someone or more than someone, either online or in the house today, from the other NASA. So I'm not going to ask you to stand or say anything, but I will ask you to give us a call because this NASA would love to be in conversation with you. We can absolutely do that. And now, I am the person standing between you and lunch, so I will stop. And have a great lunch, everyone, and a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Pam. It has been a great morning. It is now time to head to lunch. Please join the public square for themed table conversations led by NEA directors. Socialize with your colleagues, and we will see you back here in the theater promptly at 1:30 when the afternoon program resumes. Enjoy, everyone.
Sushi from Japan. Rice bowls from Korea. Paella from Spain. Risotto from Italy. Pilaf from Turkey. Rice is a universal food that has fed the rich, but more often the poor, of countless societies, and become a cultural, mythical, and even religious fixture worldwide. Folklore in Bali says that it was the Lord Vishnu who caused the earth to give birth to rice, while the god Indra instructed the people on how to raise it. Mythology in China tells of a dog who brought the first grains of rice hanging from his tail to be planted, abolishing the hunger left in the wake of a destructive period of flooding. Throughout China today, tradition still holds that it is not pearls or jade that are most precious, but the 5 grains, of which rice is first. Each. Ni. San. Chi. Go. Ro. Shishi. Hachi. Ku. Ju. According to Shinto belief, the Emperor of Japan is the living embodiment of Ninigo no Mikoto, the god of the ripened rice plant. While most modern Japanese may intellectually dismiss this supernatural role, they cannot deny the enormous cultural impact that rice has had on life in their country, and so it is throughout much of the world. Now, personally, rice has been present throughout my entire life. As the youngest child in a large Hawaiian family, it fell upon my shoulders to cook the pot of rice that sat perpetually warming on our kitchen counter. We ate rice just about every day with just about every kind of food. Teriyaki chicken and rice. Steak and rice. Meatloaf and rice. Fish and rice. Ham and rice. Spam and rice. Did you know that Hawaiians are the #1 consumers of spam in this country? My mom's turkey soup that she would always make after Thanksgiving. No noodles in that soup, it had rice in it. And if we were going on a picnic, my sisters would make little rice balls or spam musubi so that we could eat the rice with our fingers. Hey, get any Hawaiians up in here who know what spam musubi is? Any Hawaiians?
Not Hawaiian,
But you know what spam musubi is?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, tell everybody, what's spam musubi? Come on, sister.
The rice ball with a little bit of spam on top and tied. So it's like a little snack.
It's like a little snack. Oh no, you're gonna love it. Well, make one spam musubi, right? You get the scoop rice, you get one slice of the spam, You fry them up, and when you fry them, you gotta have the jelly from the can in the frying pan. Oh, sister, you're gonna like it. It's wonderful. Then you wrap it up with some seaweed. Oh, man, it's so good. If we had leftover rice threatening to go bad, we would clean out the refrigerator of everything else threatening to go bad and make fried rice. And for breakfast, we'd have eggs, bacon, and rice. Spam. Right. And then we would have
Right.
Thank you, Alvin. In my parents' home to this day sits a large glass container on their kitchen counter. We would buy these enormous 50-pound bags of Japanese rice, which we would then pour into that glass container. From there, I would scoop the rice each night to cook for dinner. Do you know how to prepare rice for cooking? Probably, since you know about spam. It's an art that was taught to me by my oldest sister, Sydney. An expert in cooking rice and everything else in life, like big sisters usually are, right? Sydney taught me that I was to wash the rice until the water becomes clear. Have you tried washing rice until the water becomes clear? No easy task. So usually, I would wash the rice 2, maybe 3 times, measure the water, and set it to cook. E kaki, e lua, e kolu, e hau, e lima, e ono, e hiku, e valu, e iwa. Even as a child, I loved this ritual of preparing rice for dinner. The sounds of the grains hitting the pot, the cold water spilling in, and how it would swirl around my fingers in these beautiful, lazy circles. And the idea that what I was preparing would feed my entire family. But what I loved most was the magic of the rice water. I'd watch my small brown hands disappear into the pot each night as I was preparing the rice for dinner. And ever so briefly, I'd see them become the color I always wished they had been. White. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. I was 8 years old, eating dinner at my friend Stephen's house. Now, Stephen was this blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid from a family of beautiful blue-eyed blondes. He was exactly the kind of holy kid I always wished I was. For dinner that night, his mother made something called rice pilaf. I was fascinated that this white family was making this yellowy-brown rice, not too far off from the color of my own skin. Were all the white families off making brown rice while all the brown families were off making white rice? For centuries throughout Asia, makeups and powders were made using rice flour. It was used by kabuki performers, buto artists, geishas. You know, if you save the water after you wash rice, eventually a sediment forms. My friend, Casey, her Chinese grandmother saves that sediment and makes a paste that she smooths onto her skin each night to keep it looking youthful and porcelain. Many cultures save the rice water and use it for bathing, believing that the nutrients from the rice are good for the skin and spirit. But as a little kid, I didn't know any of these things. I just knew that each night, as I prepared the rice for dinner, I would get to see my skin transform. Have you ever tried washing rice until the water becomes clear? Sometimes I try and wash my skin, hoping it too might become clear. I'm gonna stick to you like white on rice. I'm gonna stick to you like white on rice. I'm gonna stick to you like white on rice.
Let's have another round of applause for Christopher Morgan. Christopher is a member of the National Council on the Arts, and we're so fortunate to have him on council. Our next session is focused on how arts and culture can impact civic infrastructure. And I'll remind you of a question we asked earlier today. What if every American understood that arts and humanities are critical components of a healthy democracy? What if artists had a strengthened role at the forefront of civic society and greater opportunities to help us see and affirm one another's humanity? The arts and humanities tell our stories. They express the depths of our humanity and allow us to make sense of the world around us. They're uniquely positioned to help transform our society, promote equity, and bolster our democracy. In the last 2 years, we at the NEA have had the pleasure of working with our sister agency, the National Endowment for the Humanities, on focused efforts to strengthen civic infrastructure. One such initiative is United We Stand, Connecting Through Culture. Building on NEH's $3 million commitment in funding to all 56 states and jurisdictions to support projects that seek to combat hate and promote civic engagement, social cohesion, and cross-cultural understanding. I'm very pleased to announce that the NEA is committing an additional $2 million to ensure that arts organizations join their humanities colleagues in a united effort to counter hate and offer community repair and connection. And now please welcome the chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities, my dear colleague, Shelley Lowe.
I'm not going to dance. I don't think my leg will do that, sorry. Well, good afternoon, everybody. How are we feeling? Yes, thanks for that wonderful lunch. Thanks to NEA, thanks to our hosts and our sponsors. You guys may not know, but our offices are in this building. So welcome to the NEH and NEA. We are so delighted that you are here today with us. Yat A, She Shelley Lowe Yanashia, Bilagana Nishlen, Anastasia Tachini Bashichi, Bilagana Dashache, do Trabaja Dashanale, Lo Kantiel de Nasha, do Washington Dishigan. My name is Shelley Lowe. I'm Navajo. I am originally from Ganado, Arizona. Like Troy Katzer, I grew up in Arizona watching Tom and Jerry every day after school at 3:30. But that is not a part of my story today. I am chair of the National Endowment for the Humanities, and as Chair Jackson said, we are the sister agency to NEA, and we are the nation's largest federal funder of the humanities. And nearly 60 years ago, Congress and the White House established NEH and NEA so that we could bring humanities and arts to all Americans. And in our founding legislation, Congress recognized that an advanced civilization must not limit its efforts to science and technology alone, and that the arts and humanities are necessary for us to fully achieve our greatest ideals. And while we've talked a lot today about the importance of the arts, I'd like to also shine a light on the value of the humanities in our everyday lives. To me, and in the simplest way for me to explain what the humanities are our creation stories. They are the way that we, as unique and diverse cultural individuals, understand and interpret our histories, our philosophies, our languages, ethics, and our relationships with others, and our relationships to the environment we live in. As a Navajo woman, the Navajo creation story teaches me how to walk in beauty every single day so that I may live in harmony and balance. But how do we learn and how do we share our creation stories? We do so through oral storytelling, and Anna Devere Smith, who will be coming on, has shown us how very powerful this tool is. We do so through song, and thank you so much, John Baptiste, through the colors and symbols in woven baskets and in blankets, through music of all kinds, and having just returned from the Sundance Film Festival, I know we also learn and share creation stories through new mediums like film and television. Art in all of its forms brings humanity's teachings and understanding to each of us through sight, through sound, through taste, through smell, through touch, and through emotion. And as conversations have shown us today, it is clear the arts and humanities have never been more important than they are now to the health of our democracy, of our societies, and our individual well-being. We know we cannot thrive if we do not understand the full story of where we come from and how we have come to be where we are now. The NEH is meeting this moment in several critical ways. For example, in early 2021, just a few months after the insurrection on the Capitol, NEH announced new initiatives that strengthen civics and history education for K-12 students in every state and jurisdiction. And this included working with iCivics and National History Day to create new nationwide resources for teachers and students on these topics. We also look to the humanities as integral to building bridges and countering the disturbing rise of hate in the United States. The humanities strengthen mutual understanding by providing the context, history, and models of discourse that remind us of our common purpose and shared humanity. In coordination with the White House and NEA, as mentioned by Dr. Jackson, NEH launched United We Stand, Connecting Through Culture, a national initiative that leverages the arts and humanities to combat hate-motivated violence. And to this date, NEH has issued more than $3 million in national funding for community-driven and place-based public programs in every state and jurisdiction, so we can foster cross-cultural understanding, empathy, and information literacy, and deepen public understanding of community, state, and national history. NEH-funded projects include support for educational programming in Ohio that explores the impact of hate groups on the state's civic fabric, past and present, a Puerto Rico humanities-led public program that examines the history of prejudice, rights violations, and violence against LGBTQIA+ communities in Puerto Rico, and a discussion program for teens in Mississippi in connection with Anne and Emmett, a one-act play about an imaginary afterlife meeting of Anne Frank and Emmett Till. In the play, Anne and Emmett reflect on their lives, and in one very poignant moment, they look to each other, and they look to the audience, and they ask, why? Why did this happen to them? At NEH, we turn to the humanities to help us answer that question and to find ways to counter the rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia that we are seeing in the United States today. Later this year, NEH will host a national convening to discuss how we can continue to turn to the humanities to combat hate-motivated violence. But the humanities are also essential to healing centuries-old wounds in this country, such as our government's troubled legacy of federal Indian boarding school policies. Between 1819 and through the 1970s, the United States implemented policies established and supporting Indian boarding schools across the nation. The purpose of these federally funded schools was to assimilate American Indian, Alaska Native, Native Hawaiian, and Taino children by forcibly removing them from their families, their communities, their languages, their religions, their cultural beliefs, and necessarily by erasing any ties or understandings of their tribal creation stories. While children attended these schools, many endured physical, emotional, and sexual abuse. And in some cases, children died at the school and never returned home. NEH is partnering with the Department of the Interior on the Federal Indian Boarding School Initiative. This initiative is a historic effort that utilizes tools in the humanities to recognize and address the intergenerational impact of forced assimilation policies on Native and Indigenous communities while shedding light on the traumas of the past. To date, NEH has allocated $4 million to support the digitization of records from the United States system of the over 400 federal Indian boarding schools and the creation, thank you, and the creation of a permanent oral history collection documenting the experiences of the generations of Indigenous students and allowing them to be the truth tellers of this history. As we speak to the importance of the arts and humanities today, we must also acknowledge that our change makers often create and use new technologies such as artificial intelligence that may pose profound threats to our personal well-being and our civic health, including our civil rights, safety and security, and democratic values. Questions about the ethical, legal, and societal implications of AI are fundamentally rooted in the humanities. In our founding legislation, NEH is called upon to support projects that make people masters of their technology and not its unthinking servants. To that end, NEH recently announced a new major initiative titled Humanities Perspectives on Artificial Intelligence that will support research in the humanities to understand and address the ethical, legal, and societal consequences of AI. What effect will this technology have on art and artists, on trust, on democracy, on the creation stories we tell in the future? These are just some of the questions this work will examine. And who better than artists and historians and philosophers can we look to answer these questions? Lastly, the humanities are critical to combating the climate emergency, the most profound challenge of our time. The Biden-Harris administration has called on a whole-of-government approach to tackling the climate crisis. And NEH has developed a robust climate strategy and created a multi-million-dollar grant portfolio that incorporates resilience and sustainability in the nation's cultural and educational sectors and promotes basic humanities research and development into the historical roots and cultural effects of climate change. I want to thank you all again for being here and thank you for being committed to this work. I look forward to discussing the new ways that art, humanities, and culture can address these important issues for our times. And just please remember, we can all choose to live and walk in beauty and create spaces where we can all thrive together. And now, I know you've all been waiting because I have, to continue to move us forward in this work, I am pleased to welcome three extraordinary colleagues to the stage. Director Neera Tandon will moderate a conversation with Dr. Elizabeth Alexander, who is president of the Mellon Foundation, and the extraordinary actress, playwright, teacher, and author Anna Deavere Smith, who is also a member of the President's Committee on the Arts and Humanities. But as they come out, and I know that we have to get a little bit of the stage ready here, we will watch a brief overview of the work of Creatives Rebuild New York, which is a 3-year investment spearheaded by Mellon in collaboration with the Ford Foundation and the Stavros Niarchos Foundation to support artists as they support their communities across New York State. Thank you.
And I am a creative arts strategist.
My name is Victor Hernandez. I also publish with the name Victor Maria Chaman. I write poetry and prose.
My name is Dangwanotihit. That is my Seneca name, and it means there will be a completed agreement or a completed discussion. I have an English name as well, and my name is Jocelyn Jones.
Creatives Rebuild New York is a $125 million philanthropic investment in the lives and livelihoods of artists across New York State. CRNY was born out of the recognition that artists are essential workers that contribute immensely to our economies and to our communities. Over the past 2 years, the Artist Employment Program has supported jobs for hundreds of artists in collaboration with community-based organizations across New York's communities and tribal regions. Together, they're working on issues from public health to climate change to preservation of essential cultural traditions. Their stories illuminate how employing artists can strengthen communities.
I'm very fortunate and privileged to have gotten to a place where I can do this full time. After looking at the Artist Employment Program, I connected with Buffalo Art Studio. So I was tired of people saying different things about the East Side. The East Side gets a bad rep. They say it's violent, they say nothing good can come from it. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna capture stories from people on their porches from all over Buffalo. Art is a language, and every medium is a different dialect. It's very impactful for society, and so you want to utilize this language that can touch a variety of people. We're all human beings, and everyone has a unique value to add to the community at large. And the more we share, the more we understand each other.
Despite the important role they play in our society, most artists work as freelancers. That means they don't get the basic benefits that many other workers do, like unemployment insurance and employer-sponsored healthcare. In the Artist Employment Program, they do. They are able to use their skills and expertise to serve communities in tangible ways while receiving the financial security and dignity we all deserve.
I am from a city in northern Mexico, Torreon. I left when I was 19 years old on a student visa. During the pandemic, I started volunteering as an interpreter for the Workers' Center. The Workers' Center of Central New York is a grassroots nonprofit that is part of the labor movement. Most of our membership are migrant workers. And pretty quick I realized that their problems and their dreams and objectives and daily lives were very interesting to me. The Artist Employment Program looked for artists who could form a collaborative partnership with a nonprofit. The project is a collection of 48 individual stories told by the workers with me as a facilitator. Many of them share their most intense, truthful, urgent stories. We are using the tools of art and of narrative to open up a space in which the members of the Latino immigrants in this part of the state can choose what they want to say in their own way. This is by itself radical, and when the project is released to the public, it will have an impact in the cultural life of this country. That is a moment of release that we're all working for, we're all hoping for.
I started artwork as a young girl, so when this opportunity came along through CRNY Artist Employment Program, it was like a dream come true because it gives me the opportunity for the exploration, for that learning process. I'm a multidisciplinary artist, so I'm into performing arts, but I've been experimenting with traditional weaving and have been also apprenticing under traditional tattooing. Art, for us, it's our cultural lifeways. Anything from pottery to basket making to language work. It's really important that we continue to keep those ways going because it's an act of defiance to all of the other external pressures that we've had from oppressive government systems and assimilation practices. So the work that I do in collaboration with other artists is bringing light to these types of issues. With CRNY, we've been able to do some really good things as a cohort of 10 artists. We're in collaboration with the Onosaguende Cultural Center, and we've been able to add additional programming. We were able to mobilize our community around this, and it brought together the different generations, and we were all able to have a time for healing and a time for acknowledgement. It's important for the next generation to dream big and be proud and love who you are, because that's exactly the way the Creator made you, and that is exactly why Mother Earth continues to support you as you walk about this earth.
Artists elevate human stories, help us imagine a more inclusive future, and give voice to our social struggles. Artists communicate in a way that people can see, understand, and feel. It is so important to support artists in all communities, because when we lose artists, we don't just lose our culture or our identity, we lose one of the most powerful resources we have to push for a more just and prosperous world.
Now, please welcome to the stage Dr. Elizabeth Alexander, Anna DeVere Smith, and Director Tandon.
Sit here. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Okay, I'm doing great because this is an amazing panel, and I feel really fortunate to be with these women I have long admired who have really transformed the country in many, many ways. So I am super grateful to be with both of you. And I'm going to ask some questions, but I hope we have a robust back and forth, and really just think of this as an opportunity to expound on a range of topics related today. So I'm going to start with you, Anna DeVere Smith, and try to make this connection between a lot of the themes today and your work. And I talked a little bit this morning about empathy and dignity of people and its connection to democracy. And I think about, I mean, there's so much work that you do, but there's moments in time where you really do make people understand people very different from yourself and very different from all of us. And I would just wonder, you know, if you could talk a little bit about that experience and how, whether you see a connection between communicating what it means to be people who are very different and why you do that, and then any connection you see to democracy or the challenges we're facing.
Well, that's a big question. You know, what I've been doing for a long time now, and Elizabeth has known me for how long?
40
years. And
yes.
everybody thinks
Yes.
I started doing the work that I did with my play, Fires in the Mirror, in New York, but actually I had made 12 other plays, one of which was about the University of Pennsylvania. And I just want to put a shout out for the different ways that different kinds of institutions can help us with our work. And in that case, before my work got to the theater, institutions like Penn and Princeton that were going through the change of diversity, but people weren't getting along, had hired me to sort of embody people from different points of view. And
Oh,
so
interesting.
I was really able to build my work that way. My grandfather said when I was a girl, if you say a word often enough, it becomes you. So my grand project has been to try to become America word for word. And, you know, I would say that it actually, in terms of what that's done, has helped me deal personally with, you know, being a refugee from my childhood in a segregated city, is dealing with the problem of non-belongingness by actually sort of going to the very places where I didn't belong and embodying those, embodying that. So, and I've learned a lot about America in that work. I'm making a transition now to a different kind of work. And I would say the most important thing I think I have learned in this long journey of thousands and thousands of interviews is that so many Americans believe in the promise of America. And then where we're different is when we hit the obstacle of what happens when we find out that we have to be part of manifesting that promise and the obstacles that we meet when we try to do that. So, you know, I think about the wonderful woman I met in New Orleans after Katrina, Kirsten Kurtz Burke, a white woman who had gone to Barnard, who realized that her patients were going to be the last to get out, for example. Or I think about Bree Newsom, who climbed the flagpole in South Carolina to bring down the Confederate flag. And so there's so many different kinds of Americans chasing that dream and realizing the dignity in doing so when you use that word.
Well, and if I could add, having been witness to your work for so long and having had the privilege of working together on Twilight, Los Angeles, one of the most amazing experiences of my life was when you invited me in to help with the dramaturgy. You know, I wanted to say the overall arc of Anna's work is On the Road, a search for American character. So I think that idea of, you know, that you could actually purport to search for American character. And it may feel that that idea is quite frayed right now when we're in such a fractious time, but your insistence that the multiplicity of America is something that can be found, and also, if you say a word enough, that word becomes you, but also what happens when language breaks down, right? I mean, I love the questions you use from the linguist who says that, you know, people speak their deepest truths when they are accused of something they did not do, or, you know, at moments of fraction and where language fails, how do you still move forward to talk together?
Well, and I think for this moment, I'm glad you bring that up. I mean, my work has been about discord. It's been about when we're not together.
Yeah.
It's been about the fact that we don't say the same thing, that we can't finish the sentence the same way, because it's an extraordinarily creative moment. It's when people really reach to the depth of who they are inside, and then that becomes revealed to the audience in a way that's very moving. So for all of the artists here, and we've heard these words today that lead us to think about this moment as an extraordinary opportunity, right? That we could be a part, as the mayor of Boston said, of the infrastructure of this country, the way that bridges, you know, are in tunnels. But it's also this moment of discord that calls for us to come out of our own tribes, really, and the same time, maintain the dignity of the self. I understand that, but this is really an exceptional moment when we can do the work of understanding what America is.
And I can't really think of anyone who has sort of done as much as you have to actually live and breathe so many different Americans' lives. And in this moment where it feels that we are so fractured, as you said, as so split apart, do you have, given your experience, do you have thoughts about what's true in the American character, what binds us across all the multiplicities of people that you've seen, experienced, given voice to, communicated their stories to the world? How do you see this?
The promise.
Yeah.
I think people really believe in the promise, whether the fact that they may not feel that promise is becoming real for them, but they do believe in it. So even if that response is despair, right? I mean, I think that's a place where we can come together and still work with that promise, with that hope. I always quote Cornel West very poorly from Twilight, where he makes a differentiation between optimism and hope by saying that, you know, optimism says, you know, everything looks pretty good, everything's going to be okay, you know, based on evidence. So the evidence doesn't look really great right now. He says, but hope is when you look at the evidence. You look at the evidence, you say, oh, it doesn't look so good. But I'm going to make a leap of faith. I'm going to make a leap of faith. And then I'm going to try to bring people together with a vision, you know, and so that we go forward with no guarantee whatsoever. And, you know, many of the different spiritual practices I'm sure that are represented in this room have to do with that, which is going forward with no guarantee whatsoever.
Well, yes, and I think that also in order to meaningfully arrive at the healing that we've been talking about all day, you have to start with truth and reconciliation. You have to start with, you know, if you think with children, when, you know, you say, apologize for real to your brother, you know, so when the kid says, like, sorry, that doesn't count until you meaningfully look in someone's eyes and say, I did this, I'm sorry I did this. And so, you know, taking what Mayor Wu is doing in Boston, that at Mellon we're really proud to be partnering with a lot of that monuments work. We have a received idea of the history of sort of colonial Boston, and the city is trying to tell more and harder stories. Not to make anyone feel bad, not to call anyone out, but to say, this is the truth of our history.
Yeah.
And we have to do that in a meaningful way before we can approach healing.
And then just to follow up on that point with you, I think one of the questions that we have is, how do we tell more stories, a fuller picture of America that represents all of us in a world where people feel a sense of loss of power or a sense that it's a zero-sum game? And are there elements of the way art can transform us that allow us to do that? I mean, I just think about the example you use, which is, the truth is, right now, it is accurate to say that our history is being contested, and it's important that we stand up and speak the truth of our history. And we never let go of the truth of our history. But it is in contest because the fuller picture of our history is being fought by forces. So I think the question is there a way to navigate a fuller picture of our history or a narrative that brings all of us in without creating or ameliorating the conflict of people who feel like that a wider picture means their portion of it is getting smaller?
Well, look, I mean, people who cling to ill-gotten power will never want to let it go.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's just, that's the truth. So, and I think that also when you come from a cultural perspective of a kind of ever-growing pot of soup, you know, not a zero-sum game, but rather enough for everyone. When you come from a cultural perspective that says, to hear me, to share, which, by the way, isn't always the culture of complaint. It's also, you know, the extraordinary, I mean, we're seeing all day long the extraordinary things that human beings make in different cultural contexts. You know, take it or leave it. It's extraordinary, right? I mean, so I think that to read in the accusation cannot be the problem of those of us who are trying to do the hard work.
Yeah.
Because even on a good day, it's hard to acknowledge the power and simultaneity of all of our stories, but this is the United States. It is a complicated, you know, I always think of the poet Robert Hayden, his poem American Journal, and he talks about this multi-people, variegated, contradictory, noisy. You know, who are these people? Well, let's just figure that out forever, because it's a powerful thing to be in the midst of.
I sort of feel like you figured it out the most.
Oh, I haven't figured out anything. I wouldn't say that, no. No, I mean, I think, again, I've been on this journey where I think about the wonderful photographer Mary Ellen Mark, who in the beginning of her catalog, American Odyssey, writes that the camera created for her the necessary distance, right? This incredible photographer. The camera gave her the necessary distance to get close to people. So in my case, the tape recorder in the beginning, and now, you know, cameras got smaller, and now you can use an iPhone. That instrument gives me actually, ironically, the necessary distance to get close to America. But we've evoked the name of Toni Morrison earlier today. I can't remember who did, but Years ago, I interviewed her, and she said that she knows she's ready to write when she's fretting about something. And I find that very encouraging as an artist, and I want to put that out here for the artists and the arts administrators and programmers and folks from the government right now, is that the conflict is a part of it. And the fretting is a part of it. And then what is the question? What do we make? What do we make? What do we make of this, really, is the question.
And in both of your work, and I'd start with you, Elizabeth, I'd say you're constantly trying to make a bigger picture and give us greater understanding. And just following on your remarks, what's your advice to the audience, to the people watching? These are people who are have a big role to play in the stories we are telling as a country about ourselves and our communities. And I think it's just what's the advice you would give to people here about how we go forward? How do we live in the fretting and attack the friction, but also use this moment to be more expansive in how we see the world?
Well, I would say three things, two short and one a little longer. I would quote the great Lucille Clifton, who I think was quoting someone else when she said, "I come to comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable." So that to the fretting, right?
Yeah.
That there is always a disturbance and always an offering. So I think that's really important with whatever it is we do. I think that also what I would say to everyone is never to forget and trust the power of art, the unique superpower of art. So we don't have to ask it to do things. We should just let people make it. We don't have to say, go, make everyone feel like they understand everything. We should just let people make it. To the larger question, I think it's really important to also always be very transparent about how things scale so that people can see a way that it was done. So I'm really excited that you all saw about our Creatives Rebuild New York work, which we're incredibly, incredibly proud of. It started with my time on the Governor's Council coming out of COVID in New York City, where my job, the job I took on, was to say the arts, the arts, the arts, the arts, the arts. Not only in New York State and New York City, of course, as well, were the arts completely decimated, as we know, in COVID, and there had to be solutions. But also, we wanted people to understand that artists were workers, right? And that we just kept saying over and over again, artists as workers, artists as workers, artists as workers. And that if we didn't have the arts, we would not understand the global crisis we had been through. And that, again, that doesn't mean paint me a painting about how I felt in the COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
What that means is artists help us understand what we've been through. So initially, the idea for Creatives Rebuild New York was to be shared with New York State. That didn't happen. So, that's okay. But so then that's when at Mellon we said, okay, $125 million, which is a lot. It's a lot of money. Punto y basta, and it's also was a lot of money for us for this 3-year program that was very much inspired by CETA, which I'm sure we're in DC. Some of you all will remember, what was so terrific about CETA, which did all kinds of, put artists in all kinds of different places. And so a piece of Creatives Rebuild New York as well was not only paying artists just an income, but also embedding them within other cultural organizations. So a certain number of days a week you do your own work, and a certain number of days a week you serve the organization. So 2 things are happening at once. Now, 3 years, and I just want to shout out my colleague Emil Kang and Sarah Calderon, who's done such amazing, amazing jobs with this work. 3 years, we can't do it again. And we can't do it all over the country. So, the sort of saying, this is where the seed began, this is the idea, this is the root, this is how we did it. Okay, now what? We think that was a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
So can it be picked up? Can people pool together? Can other states, or can the federal government, do it?
I feel the lobbying successfully. And I guess I would say, to you, Anna, also, what would your advice be to the people in this room about how to support the arts, but also how to build meet the promise of America, the promise of people.
Well, it's the promise is there, and it's amazing how many people have not given up on that promise. Even say individuals that I've met, incarcerated people, for example, I've met. How many people still believe there is this thing called justice that will be done? I was so happy today when the matter of Joy came up. With Vivek Murthy, Joy, and how much we could do to spread that joy and manifest that joy. And one of the things that's so joyous to me about art and art making is that there is a magic about where it comes from, right? So I remember talking to Jesse Norman and Judith Jamison, and they both sort of underplay what they can do and say, well, I have no doubt where it comes from. And I'm thinking about this summer, Chairwoman Lowe knows that I had the opportunity through Abby Abinante, who is the chief judge of the Yurok tribe, to have a relationship with the tribe. And I've been doing performance labs with teens. And one of the labs was with the Yurok tribe. Many of those girls that we worked with didn't really know much about, quote unquote, acting or anything like that, and I took a bunch of professional artists in with me, and in comes Andrea, one of the younger girls in the tribe, and she's completely covered in with a hoodie, and I said to Michael Leon Thomas, formerly of the Alvin Ailey Company, get her to take that, what can you do to get her to take that, get that, not hide her face? And he just looked at me like, she's uncomfortable, Anna, so I let it alone. And surprisingly, one of them, Shantae, asked for a whole class on monologues. I thought, okay. So I said, anybody wants to take it? Lo and behold, Andrea shows up for the monologue class. We found this wonderful monologue for her. And she comes in, she goes back to the dorm with this monologue and works with the elders that are chaperoning them. And she comes in and she literally just burst out acting.
Wow.
And all of us, my professionals from New York, we just started crying because it's like, where did that come from? And so what's sort of not just is that it occurs in ways that we can't expect or plan. What wealth brings is opportunity and skills, but it's there in every community, everywhere. And so part of our job here is just to be as proactive about finding it as football coaches and basketball coaches are about finding the best athletes.
And I think that I'm so glad you brought the word joy. And I would say, if work answers joy and justice, then everything is okay, right? And justice might be exactly what you say about distributing opportunities for people to develop their extraordinary talents.
And they don't even know they have it.
They don't even know they have it. And also, we don't all have the same talents.
No,
we are not all endowed. And that's okay.
It's okay.
But that means that the seers among us, we have to see them, and we have to support them, and we have to listen to them.
We have to look for them.
We have to look for them, and if you think, so I mean, I guess I would say, speaking as a poet, poems have atomic power. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They are that small, so we're talking about the scale, and they are that powerful, and they are unkillable. And song is also unkillable. So everything I do is driven by the fact that across culture and time, human beings sing their songs, human beings say who they are, human beings say who they are together, human beings write on the walls. We haven't gotten rid of it yet. So I think that even though we are here to figure out how to enable and grow and nurture and spread, we also need to remember that this force of art is literally bigger and more indelible than any single one of us. And that keeps me fortified.
And don't forget, we talk about the quote-unquote arts. It's also it's a major industry.
Yeah.
Lots and lots of money, Bruce, right, is made in what we shouldn't separate ourselves from the commercial and marketplace value that is very, very clear of the arts.
I mean, just on that point, we do recognize that when we have an absence of art, when we go through the pandemic, I mean, and we lose the ability to be in theaters or et cetera, it has just a huge impact. It's not just an economic impact, although a major economic impact, but it has a social impact, it has a human impact. People just know that they've lost a lot from that. So I think this is a great way to end the panel, but is to say magic is really the job of everyone in this room and the people listening to us is really ensuring that we are doing all we can to build these institutions that are making magic for all of us. And I'd say just, I think what you said in this room also reminds us how much we learn in a very short amount of time from the art, the magic of art itself. So I want to say thank you to both of you for your phenomenal contribution and really enlightening us over just this really short period of time and doing so much to illuminate a greater understanding of Americans themselves for other Americans to be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Nira.
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give it up. Woo! Excellent. We'll go this way. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yo-Yo Ma, and I'd like to welcome you to this summit. And I know you will all listen and meet and talk with very, very interesting people who are going to discuss healing and bridging and thriving. And thank you to the NEA and to the Domestic Policy Council for bringing all of this together. I believe deeply that culture is everything that happens for humans between birth and death. Culture is one of the best tools that we have invented for us to explore nature and human nature. What are the values that culture strives to achieve? The first is seeking truth. The second is building trust. And the third is all of that is done so that we can be in service of one another. In society, we need truth, trust, and service to be in balance. And the more people, the better to think that way, because then we will act differently.
Thank you, Yo-Yo Ma, for that beautiful music and beautiful message. Now please welcome Chief Diversity and Equity Officer at the U.S. Department of Labor, Alacia Black-Hackett, who will bring on the rest of our panel.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This has been such an exhilarating and exciting day. I've been in the back, and so I'm so excited to be here with this panel of great artists. Again, my name is Alacia Black Hackett. I serve as the Chief Diversity Equity Officer at the Department of Labor. And today's summit is focused on expanding support for arts and culture across government. Under the leadership of President Biden and Acting Secretary Julie Su, the Department of Labor is focused on investing in America's workers, which also include our artists. President Biden has said that he wants to build an economy from the middle out and the bottom up. The Acting Secretary knows that you cannot do this effectively without focusing on three key objectives: leveraging federal investments to create good paying jobs, robust enforcement of workplace protection, and empowering workers and strengthening their voices. It's important to our conversation today is the role of unions in improving working conditions for all of our workers, including artists. And I'd like to share a few statistics with you because I am from the Department of Labor. Unions have allowed artists to get huge wins in wages, pensions, protections around AI, and more, as seen this summer with the Writers Guild of America East and West and SAG-AFTRA. Unions also are one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, forces for combating racial and gender pay equity and wage gaps. For example, Black and Latino workers especially benefit from public sector collective bargaining. And in a union, wage gaps shrink between white men and Black and Latino workers. Being in a union increases the pay of Black workers by 17.3% compared to 10.1% for white workers. And so I am so excited because as we talk about workers and our artists today, it's important to understand that we are promoting diversity, equity, inclusion principles in all of our communities so our community members, including artists, can feel seen, heard, and included. So I would like to go ahead and start with giving all of our artists an opportunity to briefly introduce yourselves and to share a bit about how you come to this conversation as employers and as artists in employment. And I would like to start with you, Jennifer.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Dorning, and I lead a coalition of 24 national unions that represent professional and technical workers. And among those, within those 24 national unions are 12 unions that represent workers in the arts, entertainment, and media industries. And I and my team at my department help facilitate collaboration among those 12 unions. And we have several union leaders and representatives here today from Actors Equity, AGMA, SAG-AFTRA, IATSE, and SDC. And so arts and entertainment unions represent artists in for-profit and nonprofit, but I'm here today really just talking about, for the most part, live nonprofit performing arts, so theater, dance, opera, symphony. And those are folks who work on stage and also behind the scenes and backstage.
Great, thank you so much and welcome. Mayor Hicks Gilbert, tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yes, thank you. It is awesome to be here. Hello back home in Elaine. I hope everyone's watching. Yes, Lisa Hicks Gilbert. I am the grateful recipient of Artists at Work Fellowship through the Mellon Foundation. My fellowship was in 2022, and that was an amazing year for arts in small rural Arkansas. And through that fellowship, we were able to create, there were some wonderful things that happened, but one of the things we were able to create the Silent No More multimedia exhibit, which educated about the Elaine Massacre and also introduced this word, transgenerational trauma, and helping to understand what I didn't know until I saw that in my grandmother's face as she told me about the Elaine Massacre, and also lead us to a better understanding of what healing and reconciliation looks like and what it could help and how it can help a community like Elaine. Also during that year, you can ask me and I still won't have a really good answer. I ran for mayor. You know, sometimes, you know, I still ask myself, and it seems like a blur at times, but I ran for mayor, and after a runoff, and I became the first Black mayor and first elected female mayor of Elaine, Arkansas, winning by 3 votes.
Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful. Wonderful. Definitely deserving of the applause. Definitely deserving of the applause. Sanjeet.
Yeah, my name is Sanjeet Sethi. I'm president of the Minneapolis College of Art and Design, where it's a small but passionate community that's really focused on how we start to go ahead and transform makers and culture bearers to go ahead and meet the challenges of today and of tomorrow. I'm also the board chair of a remarkable national organization called the Alliance for Artist Communities that's also working on the national level. I heard a couple whoops out there for that. And that's really remarkable and starting to think more broadly and holistically about artist care as well as how it's engaging into more equitable workplace environments.
Great, thank you so much. Of course, I'm going to always bring it back to the workforce, so I'll start with you, Sanjeet. As the president of the Minneapolis College of Art and Design, how are you preparing the next generation of artists, specifically for the workforce? And tell us a little bit about that.
Sure, you know, I will say that first and foremost, I don't think we're at a moment right now where we should be thinking about how we're preparing artists for entering the workforce. I think we have to shift what we're talking about and think about how we're able to provide the pathway for artists to transform the workforce, to transform the modalities of what we see. And I think for me, really clearly, I find an incredible value in us realizing that now is a time for makers to become leaders. And I think you see that with the mayor right here as a prime example. We need to be more intentional about creating the spaces and the opportunities for makers to assume positions of leadership. So far, it's been something that's been done accidentally. We hold up these individuals as almost kind of celebrated oddities. And I think what we have to do here is create pathways that exist in government, that exist through a union structure, that exist through philanthropy, that exist through all sorts of opportunities that allow us to be more intentional about this idea of creative leadership. It's a leadership that's based upon a celebration of collaboration, knowing that you can't do these things together. It's a leadership that's really based upon the ethos around a celebration of failure, knowing that that involves risk and vulnerability. And it's also a failure that really starts to dismantle this notion that accessibility is all about accommodation. Accessibility should be about celebration. And so I think for me, that's kind of, I think, where the shift needs to occur and where I see it as an educator.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad you mentioned like career pathways and creating those pathways. One of the things about the Department of Labor is our registered apprenticeship program, which is building skills and quality careers for students, for people who want to have different professions. And one of the things I would like to say, just the statistics, the median estimate of the employer's return on investment for registered apprentice programs is 44.3%. The average starting wage after completing a registered apprenticeship is $77,000. And so as we think about career pathways for our artists, registered apprenticeship is one way to go. So I want to go to you, Mayor Gilbert. We talked a little bit in the back and a little bit about some of the needs as concerning salaries for artists and even resources in the Mississippi Delta that you discussed a little bit. Can you talk a little bit to this audience about the need for ensuring that our artists have livable wages and salaries, as well as some of the work you talked about having those resources in the Mississippi Delta?
Yes, there was a gentleman early on the panel who mentioned the lack of resources in rural communities and how sometimes the arts are not seen as a viable, pathway to employment or, a job in which you should be paid a living wage. But we have to realize that in the Delta, where I'm from, gospel music, You're not going to find any better in the Mississippi Delta. And over in Clarksdale, the new Blues Museum, and all of those places that need investment, that need people to come into organizations. You know, I had the privilege of, through the Mellon Foundation and through Artists at Work, this experience, I made sure it was, you know, I showed people what trickle-down looks like. You know, I engaged other artists to help. You see the 8-foot-tall 1919. That was a gift of an artist, brilliant artist there, Casey Perry, and also the mural that an organization, Thrive Inc. in Helena, West Helena, who came, partnered with me with my fellowship, partnered with me so that I can draw our young people, those who want to be artists, those who are interested in this field, draw them in to help paint a mural for that's the first mural in Elaine that, you know, the community had hands-on in ensuring what it looked like. At first they had a bike. I said, no, we do four-wheelers here. We do side-by-side. And so we need a four-wheeler on there. Best fishing, right there, put a fish on there. So including the community and engaging artists, and also making sure we have a seat at the table. We have to have a seat at the table, and making sure that those who get funding, that come into the community, get funding and want to do this work, they have us at the table, they include us in the decision making. So all of those things are relevant to making sure, but first we have to start investing in those small rural communities, such as Elaine and Phillips County.
Yes, absolutely. That's part of the equity approach, is ensuring that everyone has the opportunity to feel seen and heard and have a voice at the table. Thank you so much. So Jennifer, we talked a little bit in the back about me being from South Carolina and how much I've learned over the time that I've been at the Department of Labor about unions, because one of the focus at Labor is our Southeast Equity Initiatives, because we understand that the Southern states at times is the place that we need the most labor presence. So can you tell the audience a little bit about the union difference as it concerns the artist?
Sure. So there really is a meaningful difference between pay, benefits, and workplace standards for a union versus non-union. If you look at pay first, for example, in arts, entertainment, and media, if you look at the whole of the workforce, union members make 18% more than non-union members in arts, entertainment, and media. By way of more recent example, the 32 crew members who work at the Alliance Theater in Atlanta recently joined together in union with the IATSE. And those crew members, upon negotiating their first contract, earned between 8 and 22% raises, immediate raises upon ratifying that first contract. And those are folks who do wardrobe, hair, makeup, spotlight operators, things like that. And union members are also far more likely to have union-provided health insurance that they negotiate, and then also retirement security. And then also having a voice at work makes it possible for people in the workplace to raise issues like harassment, discrimination, in a very structured sort of way. And so if you add those things together, the pay, benefits, and working conditions, it makes it possible for artists to have middle-class, sustainable careers in the arts. And we should all care about that, because if folks in the arts aren't being paid very well, then it means that jobs in the arts are open to a narrow, non-inclusive set of folks, namely those who can hold out for the promise of a future payday that may never arrive. And so if we want a diverse and thriving workforce, we need to pay those people and provide them benefits. And really the most effective way to do that is with a union.
That's worth a great applause. It's good to do that. And I will encourage you, if you want to learn any more information, and find Jennifer afterwards, because a lot of people don't know that these opportunities are out there for artists, and so it's important to pass this information on so they can know that they have the protection and the right to collective bargain, and there are unions out there for you as artists. All right. I'm coming back to you, Sanjeet. So we have 3 significant perspectives here on stage. We have higher education, local government, and individual artists and labor unions. How can we all work together, including NEA and the Department of Labor, to better support artists and arts workers in working with other sectors such as health, climate, transportation? How do we partner to ensure that this is just not a conversation, but maybe you can provide us with some tools so that folks can have something to act on when they leave here today?
I mean, I think in some ways it is, I think, one of the more important questions that we should all be asking ourselves right now. I think, in particular, I'd say the immediate response I have is to say that we have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Partnerships sound good. Collaboration sounds like a nice term. If we're really trying to create a meaningful exchange, we have to be at home with the productive tensions that exist in these environments. We have to go ahead and be comfortable with being uncomfortable. We have to go ahead and feel like we can occupy that space, and to realize that if we're truly going to go ahead and bridge a divide between a policy-focused entity and and a group and an artist collaborative, we have to go ahead and be willing to give up something on each side. We have to be willing to go ahead and see that exchange, and I think that's where higher education comes in to play. I think I'll say that from the college, we're fortunate to have launched a master's degree in creative leadership to specifically address these tensions, and I have to go ahead and acknowledge my dear colleague Diane Ragsdale, who passed away unfortunately a few weeks ago, who was the founder of that program. Diane was a tour de force in these dialogues, and her work lives on with some of her former students who are here in the audience today. Kara, you're there, and Carolyn's somewhere. And we've got to acknowledge that work, and it's ongoing. But I think we have to acknowledge the fact that this work is difficult. It is work that needs investment of time, labor, capital. But it's something that once it starts to become uncomfortable, I think you're making progress.
Amazing. Jennifer?
Sure. So I think artists and their unions need to be at the table when policies are being written by all of the agencies that you mentioned. So making sure that workers' voices are actually heard in the development of policies is something that's really important to us, and we do try to do that on a very regular basis. The other part that's really important for us is, for DOL, is the enforcement of the prevailing wage standards that exist in NEA and NEH grants. So making sure that grantees are actually earning the prevailing wage for grants provided by, awarded by the NEA and NEH, including national grants, but also grants that flow through states and local communities as well.
Thank you. Mayor?
Well, I guess I get to speak from two perspectives, the artists and local government. Well, I'm hoping that organizations could take a page out of the book for the Artists at Work program. One of the things that I really respected was that they connected to regional, then they connected to a local organization in my community who connected to me.
Yes.
And that ensures that I had a seat at the table in all of the decision-making and with the local organization that I was already familiar with, and the requirements they had that I do work, which I was already doing, do work in my community, but also that the regional organization, Delta Commons, also connected to Lee Street Community Center, partnered together to make sure that I had support. First, they made sure I had a salary and health insurance, and that I had support, that, when the stress of the work and then the heaviness of the storytelling I was doing, around being a descendant and being the founder of Descendants of the Elaine Massacre and doing the work of telling my ancestors' stories and first learning about them and then telling those stories and working with other artists in the community, that, it was so impactful. And when I say trickle down, I was able to, with the support of Artists at Work, to, just answer questions I didn't even, know I had, So I'm hoping there could be more programs like that. I love the continuation of the Artists at Work. During that year and this was in 22, I found information about the Elaine Massacre I didn't even know existed. You know, stories a soldier had written about what he witnessed happened to the black sharecroppers during the massacre. And I was able to connect to young people and help them, you know, understand their history, and they became a part of this process with me. So it was truly national, regional, and then local on the ground work, and making sure I'm at the table, I'm part of the process, and then they're making sure they are funding someone who's connected to that community, that right there on the ground connected to that community. So, and making sure artists have that support that they need financially, and just someone calling and just checking in on me. And then it was so much involved in it that year with Artists at Work, personal development classes, grant writing, just a class every month in supporting me. So I think a lot of that, you know, that support for artists is just imperative. And so I would hope everyone would take a page out of Artists at Work project.
Great, thank you so much. And one of the takeaways I'm hearing is to ensure that information is something that people can actually find. Sometimes we have resources out there, and it's a scavenger hunt to find it. So we want to make sure that artists understand what's there and how we can support them. So I'm going to call this a popcorn round, like for 30 seconds. Is there anything else you would like to share with the audience about, you know, making sure that our artists are supported in the workforce, things that they can research? Maybe you have a website. 30 seconds each. I'll start with you, Jennifer.
So you can find information about, I think, probably my bio that's in the app, links to my website, which you can find from there information about all 12 unions that my department represents in the arts, entertainment, media industries. They have a wealth of information. If you have the opportunity to join a union in your sector, please do so. You can reach out to us. We can connect you with a union. The difference in pay, benefits, and working conditions is transformative.
Great. Mayor Hicks.
Yes, you can find more information on our Facebook page, Descendants of the Elaine Massacre of 1919. You'll see the 1919 numbers and Dome 1919. You find more information there about my work. And then also, you know, on the local level, I think you mentioned that on local governments. Put artists on your list of vendors. Put artists. As a mayor, I'm gonna put artists on my list of vendors to help me when I get ready to paint our water tower, when we get ready to do streetscapes, and to paint the windows. I'm gonna have artists. I already have a couple of artists, but put them on your list of vendors and include them in those projects when you get those grants and you get that funding.
Good. And Sanjeev.
Yeah, you know, for me, certainly you can go to mcad.edu and look up our creative leadership program to understand what our pedagogy is, and it's all open source, so you can get all the goods from there. But I think more importantly too, it's for this group is to go ahead and see if you can have that extra conversation, if you can go ahead and push yourself to think of more expansively and more transformatively about these, about how you can go ahead and see makers as leaders. Can you have that? Can you take on that mentorship relationship? Can you take on that conversation? Can you take on that initiative? There's a lot of smart people in this room, and I'm so grateful to have received so much knowledge from so many of them. But I think that there's an opportunity here to push ourselves even further.
Great, thank you so much. I am so lucky to work for an administration that actually believes in artists. You know, we saw that with the executive order. And so we have a window of opportunity to make this work stick and sustainable. I would also like to add that we know that many agencies right now are implementing IIA and build dollars and are creating thousands of good jobs across the country. It's incredible that artists are playing a role in these investments. As we've heard today, investing in American workers is the right thing to do, and our artists are workers. So that means building the economy from the bottom up and the middle out by investing in the workforce that includes all of our American workers, including our artists. Ensuring that we have the modern industrial strategy that ensures federal investments, ensuring that we're looking at equity in our hiring and employment, women, people of color, closing the wage gaps, ensuring that equity remains at the forefront, looking at intergenerational equity, looking at artists as equity. And then finally, I'd like to say that Black History Month kicks off in a few days, and this year's national theme for Black History Month is African Americans in the Arts, which exemplifies the importance of centering, that's good, you can clap, exemplifies centering equity and creating pathways to good jobs for artists. On February 27th, the Department of Labor will be hosting an event about the importance of the spectrum of diversity in arts and making equity real for jobs in the arts. So we hope you can join us. I'd like to thank our panelists today for all of their wonderful information, and I hope you will check them out on their websites, and thank you so much. Can we give our panelists a hand? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful panel. Please welcome back to the stage Chair of the National Endowment for the Arts, Maria Rosario Jackson.
Okay, how's everyone feeling? Good? All right. So since his first day at the White House, Second Gentleman Emhoff has been a champion of arts and culture, a leader in the fight against hate, an advocate for freedom and democracy, and a friend of the NEA. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our special guest, Mr. Douglas Emhoff, Second Gentleman of the United States.
Thank you. Wow. All right. I'm going to come back in. That felt pretty good. Thank you so much, Chair Jackson, for your leadership, your friendship. It's so great to be here today at the summit to discuss arts and culture in our communities. I'd also like to recognize the White House Domestic Policy Council and my good friend Neera Tanden, who I saw leaving, but I said I'd still say nice things about her, for co-hosting today's summit. I was an entertainment lawyer in Los Angeles, so I built my entire career and livelihood around the arts. So I've seen firsthand how art and film and music can help build and foster community. I loved every minute of working in the entertainment industry. Hi. And see some of my former colleagues here. And I've stayed connected to the profession by teaching entertainment law at Georgetown Law School. An appreciation of the arts is also something that the Vice President and I have in common. And her interest in the arts began a long time ago. She actually attended a fine arts school as a child, and with that understanding of art and appreciation and passion for art, it propelled her to serve as a trustee on the board of the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art when she was back there. So we both understand how art can help bring people together and form common bonds. And when we had the opportunity to select art and decor for the Vice President's residence, where we reside right now, we were very intentional and thoughtful about our selections. We chose works that tell stories, reflect the diversity of our nation, and we try to get people to think when they see that art there. And over the past few years, the Vice President and I have welcomed artists, musicians, writers, dancers to our home. And through these efforts, the Vice President's residence has truly become a public space where we can bring people together and promote and enjoy the arts. As Second Gentleman, much of my work has focused on countering hate, but also building coalitions. And over the past 3 years, I've traveled the country and the world with the need to combat hate, which includes anti-Semitism. It also includes Islamophobia and other forms of hate. And we know that this hate is interconnected. So that's why we must bring people together from all backgrounds, all faiths, and all ethnicities to fight back and push back on this hate. And as part of the work that I've been doing, I've often talked about the important role of the arts and interfaith cooperation in combating hate, including an event I did at the John F. Kennedy Library in Boston and right here in DC at the National Gallery alongside Chair Jackson. This is the work that we've done together. I've held interfaith discussions with students at our home. I've met with faith leaders in different countries to build relationships, break down stereotypes, and reduce prejudices. The arts, they have a unique ability to unite us. Arts help us build empathy, strengthen mutual understanding, and inspire change. And that's why, especially at a time like this, the time that we're facing right now, we need to use the arts and humanities to help us counteract ideological extremes so we can build human connections. And we must protect freedom of expression. Our ability to create art is so important, and the freedom to do that is paramount. Museums, monuments, places of worship, they can all play a role in educating people on the horrors of the past and ensuring that history does not repeat itself. From our common traditions to our common history to our common values, there is so much more that unites us than divides us. Thank you. As you heard earlier today, our agency partners are working to advance 3 new initiatives from the Biden-Harris administration that will uplift arts across different sectors. Under the leadership of Secretary Becerra and Chair Jackson, we are standing up an interagency working group on arts, health, and civic infrastructure. This working group will help federal agencies coordinate on research and identify more meaningful opportunities for arts partnerships. The Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Water is also launching its first ever Artists in Residence program, which will connect artists with local communities to elevate their stories, which will in turn, of course, build and foster community. And the National Endowment for the Arts and the National Endowment for the Humanities have announced a $5 million commitment to the United We Stand initiative, which supports projects that combat hate and also promote cross-cultural understanding. These new initiatives underscore how deeply the Biden-Harris administration values the arts and understands the important role they play in a healthy and thriving society. Each project will support our communities and also strengthen our freedom and our democracy. So on behalf of the President, Vice President, and First Lady, I would like to thank our agency partners who have continued to champion this important work. You're making a real difference in people's lives, and we could not do this without you. And now, I'd like to introduce spoken word artist, writer, librettist, and Vice President of Social Impact at the Kennedy Center, Mark Bamuthi Joseph.
What's cracking? Cool, we have like official stuff here. Cool. My name is Bamuthi. I am so honored to be here and so moved. Thank you for having me. I am Anne-Marie Del Toro's grandson. I'm Makai Rising's father. My people come from the unceded territory of the Taino, which is presently known as Haiti. By virtue of my body, my citizenship, and my relationship to institutional power, I identify as both privileged and hunted. And at that intersection, my job is to culturally prepare the American horizon. I stand before all of you today having received the tremendous privilege of helping to close this historic summit. I think some of you might be well within your rights to be suspicious of any artist that the government would trust. But in balance with that suspicion, I invite you to share with me the shared stakes of the outlier. And artists are that. We are the stewards of the outer edges of the public imagination, because somebody got to teach the rest of y'all how to dream. Before I continue, I must acknowledge that DC is a pretty strange place, even more so after living in the Bay Area for 20 years. If nothing else, what I've learned is that here in Washington, D.C., the artists are the actual politicians. And most of these politicians are just performance artists. And so, let's have an American conversation. Can our democracy survive without inspiration or belief? To underscore what I mean from a strategic or tactical standpoint, many of us use the term systemic racism, and it is. Racism isn't just a series of overt practices or behaviors. It is a mountain of intentional attitudes and actions, many of which are unseen but are sewn into the fabric of the body politic. Well, if racism is structural, then anti-racism also must be structural. If systemic racism exists, then anti-racism also must be systemic. For my institutional perch at the Kennedy Center, I've operated under the belief and the mandate that my job description is to make inspiration systemic. One of the ways that we get to systemic inspiration is by upending familiar frames of inclusivity in the arts. Most of our organizations have mission statements, but few of us have theories of change or correlative pipelines. We have self-referential vision statements, but we don't have externally facing social vision or stated pedagogical frames. The result is an approach to diversity and equity that's kind of inversion of the pyramid that I just shared. With regards to diversity and equity, we don't think structurally, we think itinerantly. We ask, how do we get folks of color to come? How do we get them to belong? But the sharper question is, how can we serve community? And the visionary inquiry is, what is our role in an equitable future? If the Constitution is the document that essentially authored the design of American freedom, how do we sustain its spirit in the present day? What is the role of our cultural centers in America's contemporary freedom design? My theory is that if you want to successfully answer the first question, you actually have to ask yourself the last question. The last question has to be the prevailing question. Let me say it a different way for y'all music people. What we're asking is, how do I get people into the front door? How do I get them acclimated? Maybe what we should be asking is, how are we serving the community? And the profound question, the question we need to be asking, how do we contribute to an equitable future? People ask me all the time, what can art do to help create an equitable society? But that is the wrong question, and it puts the onus on the wrong people. The actual question is, why isn't our healthcare system more like music? Why doesn't our political apparatus operate more like the flow of a poem? Why isn't inspiration thought of as part of the civic infrastructure, just like roads or telecommunications? There is a critical mass of people defending the constitutional right to bear arms. Who's defending the idea that inspiration is a constitutional right, protected by the 14th Amendment? The idea that in order to be enfranchised, one must have access to the ballot box, to equal protection under the law, and a clear pathway to the flourishing of the imagination. By constitutional right, can you be an American if you don't have access to the impulse of creativity? Today's summit does not exist in a geopolitical vacuum. All of us in this room have to weigh our moral equilibrium with the politics and violence of the moment. To think of the children who won't live to hear the echo of this moment before experiencing the hollow ring of gunshots on the block or bomb drops at the mosque. All of us are considering both creative aspiration and the cost of bravery. But I'd like to frame this idea of cost as a synthesis of the moral economy and the structural economy. If the product were empathy, and you had to make it, and you had to make it mass accessible, what raw materials would you use? What if dignity were currency, and the raw material to make it was culture? What if you worked at a cultural mint and you printed white walls and bright lights and the aesthetic sublime 80% of the time, but 20% of every dime was spent minting cultural equity for the historically left behind? Equity, not like proportional balance, equity, like profit on your P&L balance. Who in this country is manufacturing empathy? Just a little bit. And in the end, wouldn't we all benefit? If you had equity stakes in empathy, who would you invest in first? In the pursuit of a logic structure to answer these questions, I've recently become obsessed with forgiving and with forgetting. The forgiving is deeply personal, but it's also institutional. How do you lead an organization to be a place of systemic co-belonging if it's not a place of acknowledgement and forgiveness? If the institution isn't emotionally ready to be structurally a place of allyship, which leads me to forgetting. It seems that when you start banning books in a country, you're asking us to forget a bunch of things. Some of you will understand me when I say that I was born in Queens. I really don't know anything about the water in Charleston Port, but I remember it. Erasing it in a curriculum doesn't mean it didn't happen, and it doesn't mean that we, the people, have forgotten. So is it possible to both remember and forgive? And let's say we can remember and forgive. How does art make that possible? How does art systemically, strategically, intentionally create a landscape for both remembrance and forgiveness? I work at a highfalutin place here in DC. I'm proud to work under the leadership of Deborah Rutter. I'm proud to work with an incredible team. We are deeply and humbly tasked with honoring the legacy of a man who lived a half-century ago. It's literally a place of institutional memory and a living memorial. So I ask of it, if remembrance memorializes the past, how does forgiveness bridge us to an equitable future? On the night of Ruth Bader Ginsburg's transition, I got on my bicycle and I pedaled down to the Supreme Court. I was listening to her favorite opera, The Marriage of Figaro, on the way. I'm not really sure she would have dug my operas, but in one of them, It All Falls Down, I quote from the Supreme Court's landmark decision on marriage equality. They wrote, "The nature of injustice is that we may not always see it in our own times. The generations that wrote and ratified the Bill of Rights and the 14th Amendment did not presume to know the extent of freedom in all of its dimensions, and so they entrusted to future generations a charter protecting the right of all persons to enjoy liberty as we learn its meaning." Those words were written by Justice Anthony Kennedy, but they call to mind the spirit of my home institution's namesake. The idea that not only does freedom itself have many dimensions, but the meaning of liberty is constantly and ongoingly being learned. When was the last time we had a national aspiration, a galvanizing ambition that transcended the limited aperture of the market? John F. Kennedy chose the moon, but we in this room shoot for the arts as a final frontier. Investment in the arts gives us the physics to get there. This summit provides an invitation for all of us to invest in art as object, but also art as modality, as an essential fabric that threads our democracy together, to remember the democratizing force of the pandemic, that it was something we were all experiencing, and in the center of that trauma, art literally saved the mental health of the country. To remember that most of the people in this room were audacious enough to believe that when the coast was clear, arts experiences would find a new power in brokering a new psycho-civic reality, that art would serve as an intermediary of building a culture of humane connection. All the stuff that we were already doing, but elevated by the stakes of designing our country's collective re-entry. Can we remember and forgive and intend and inspire? Can we abide by the American promise to dream together in public, refusing the fallacy of creativity as ephemeral, and embracing the reality of inspiration as irreplaceably material? I'm tired of performance artists thinking of the arts as anything other than matter and brick and mortar to build the road ahead. If not the cultural sector, who sets the moral and aesthetic and equitable pathway to rebuild our communities? My fellow healers, I ask you to consider the work it takes to construct the dream at scale. Think of the dream as a kind of cultural currency, and to that extent, the consequences of not doing this work are too big to fail. We all dream of the beautiful democracy, and the truth is, racial equity is the price. The truth is, you could buy more with a lie. Nikki said, truth is, if now ain't a good time for the truth, I don't see when we'll get to it. And so the dreamers wake, and we get to it. The public is an idea, and that idea is in need of representation, in need of symbols of our collective aspiration, avatars of our moral commitment to be better, a codified national ambition of which artists are essential architects. Justice is not a surprise waiting for us behind curtain number 2 on The Price is Right. Justice itself comes at the steep price of committed energy and time and self-sacrifice to help assure somebody else's rights. There is a link between broken relationships and broken economies, a circle of unbroken trust. Is that not what we mean by cultural equity, that we're all different, but we're all us? Freedom is not fate. History leaves scars. Healing is not preordained. There is capital to be gained in community catharsis, the moral economy, fueled by cultural equity, intentional aspiration, systemic creativity. Come with me, please, and share the mountaintop of dreaming together in public. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. Thank you. Please keep that same energy for our brilliant host and lead architect of this particular summit, the incredible chair of the National Endowment for the Arts, Dr. Maria Rosario Jackson.
Thank you, Bamuthi. Just another round of applause for Bamuthi. Before we close out the summit, I want to pause. As many of you may have seen, Chita Rivera just passed away. She was a trailblazer who understood deeply that the arts and artists do not have to stay in their lane. She paved the way for so many of us who come after her, and I'd just like to ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. So for my entire career, my sincere belief has been that the things that we aspire to as a nation of opportunity and justice are not possible without the integration of arts and culture throughout our society. Today's summit has been an extraordinary demonstration of what is possible when the arts, culture, and humanities are at the intersections of other areas of policy and practice. So please join me in thanking the NEA and DPC teams that made this amazing day possible. NEA and DPC teams, please stand. NEA staff, DPC staff, please stand. You're here. And I also want to thank many other staff who are not here, and these are folks that are part of our administration team, who look at the contracts, who deal with our travel, without whose work we really could not be here, so thank you to them as well. Special thanks to Jen Hughes, Senior Advisor for Partnerships, Innovation, and Expansion, and Jen Chang, NEA Senior Advisor and White House Liaison. Andrea O'Neill, Senior Policy Advisor for Racial and Economic Justice at the Domestic Policy Council. And former DPC staff members Michaela Gerwin and Alex Pascal, who I know are here. Special thanks to Jamie Bennett for his support through the Barr Foundation. We're also grateful to the many foundations who've been supporting this work, and thank you to Sunshine, Sachs, Morgan, and Lillis, Looking Glass Creative, and all the NEA staff who helped make today possible by, and I said this already, reading contracts and travel arrangements and what have you. And thank you to our building security team. That's not an easy job. And to our caterers. So as we leave here and return to our respective perches and organizations, I urge you to not lose the inspiration of today. I urge you to dream before you think, to ask yourself, what if? To lean into why not? And bolstered with inspiration and a community of colleagues, continue with your efforts to build a nation with a stronger democracy and a more just society where all can honor our humanity, live artful lives, and thrive. I'm optimistic about the work that's ahead and what we can do together. So thank you for joining us today.